governance is the key to the, just a second. There's some disturbance in the slide. The entire slide is been visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, but there is one patch mark.
Yeah, the patch mark I'm not able to remove. That's the reason I'm trying to do that.
Minimize it, ma'am, once.
Trying to minimize it. Just a second. Hello? Now?
Now it's too set, ma'am.
Even the slides are visible, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. As I told you, the implementation of the strong corporate governance is key to the successful operation of the nationalized banks. Why the nationalized banks? Because the government ownership is one of the primary issues in the nationalized bank. See, all this debate about the corporate governance in the nationalized banks has come into picture because of the board of director appointment and the remuneration of the board of directors and the chairman in the nationalized banks. Coming to the corporate governance has come into the sharp focus also due to the severe competition it is going to have with the foreign banks and the private sector banks. And recent announcement of the budget 2021 by Nirmala Sitharaman madam related to the privatization of the two important nationalized banks. So we are going to deal with that in the next important aspect. Now coming to the definition, from past 7 days, all the keynote speakers have given the jinx of the governance and the corporate governance, the various definition. It's just a system by which the companies are direct and controlled. We all know that governance, right from the home to the organization to the banking sector and all, it holds the same thing. That is, the roles and responsibilities should be very clear. Everyone should know who should do what. The way we have the 7 W's in journalism: what, when, why, who, where, how, and how to. The same thing applies to the governance. Even the Basel Committee has come up with the same important definition. It says that corporate governance involves the manner in which the business and affairs of individual institutions are governed by their board of directors and the senior management. As academician, we are used to give the introduction part of it. Hope it is not repetitive. I'll be dealing with the few slides on that and taking up the topic of the research I have done. The objectives of the corporate governance, as we all know, to protect and enhance the shareholder value, to protect the interest of all the stakeholders, such as the customers, employees, and society at large, to ensure the transparency and integrity in communication, to make available the full, accurate, and clear information to all concerned, and to ensure the accountability for the performance and the customer service, and to achieve excellence at all levels. And of course, to provide a good corporate leadership of high standard so that others can benchmark, that is, for others to emulate. The relevance of corporate governance in all the firms is important and equally important in the banks also. It helps to improve the bank performance. It helps to manage the risk-taking behavior of the banks. It gives a strong competitive advantage of banks to compete with each other and banks in one country to compete with other countries. And of course, to safeguard the country's financial system. In fact, it is taken with the Indian context to safeguard the India's financial system. The relevance of corporate governance in banks is equally important. With the principles of the corporate governance, entire theories, models, code, committees have been developed. The 4 major principles on which the corporate governance stands are: A, the accountability principle. The accountability talks about the obligation and the responsibility of the board members. See, they are accountable to the stakeholders. So they need to give the explanation or the reason for the conduct. So accountability is a very important principle of the corporate governance, and transparency is equally important. Transparency It is to inform all the stakeholders what you're doing, what is your future plan. It is about the disclosures of the matter, to clarify the things. So transparency is also equally important. And to deal with the fairness, it talks about, the entire corporate governance, which was part of the business ethics, to be truthful, to be honest, to be fair, to be just. It's the same principle being applied. Fairness in the corporate governance deals with equal treatment to all the stakeholders. The stakeholders can be the shareholders or the employees. In the bank, it's the depositors, it's the communities, or the public office. You need to be fair. It's the same principle applies to the various models being developed. And the last important principle being evolved is the responsibility. Like board of directors are given responsibility to act on behalf of the banks or the organization. So the responsibility lies in them to behave well, to conduct well, isn't it? So the responsibility plays a vital role among the principles of the corporate governance. Even the governance says that the roles and responsibilities should be very clear. Who should do what? The various committees or act has been evolved in the corporate governance context in India, in the world also. I think in the world, the Cadbury Committee, Adrian Cadbury Committee, there's so many committees have been evolved, Turnbull committees, Blue Ribbon committees. The similar context in India also, the lot of work has been taken place related to the corporate governance, especially Companies Act 1956 and the amendment with the 2013. The lot of amendment has taken place in terms of the board of director remuneration and the code of conduct. Okay, and the CII also has come up with a recommendation related to the corporate governance in India is concerned. And we have the Kumaramangalam Birla Committee, which the SEBI had appointed, and the clause 49. In fact, it's on the clause 49. I did the analysis of the disclosure level of the corporate governance, whether it has got the correlation with the banking performance. Then we have the Ganguly Consultative Group also has worked a lot on this corporate governance related aspect. Narayan Murthy, the Infosys chairman, ex-chairman, also has given a recommendation related to the good corporate governance. And we had the Naresh Chandra committee and presently the Kotak committee, which was formulated 2017. And recently, the discussion paper has been come out with the RBI, which is there in the RBI bulletin. See, all the sources for me, the banking sector is concerned, the RBI bulletin is the best source to gather the information and do the analysis and all. So what are the major concerns of this corporate governance in the banks? As you can see, if you are getting your banking balance sheet also, the many content we are not able to understand. Why? Because of the complexity. Because the banks are quite opaque in nature. The non-transparency of the banks is one of the concerns of the corporate governance. Probably because of this itself, the many scams also have taken place, like the Harshad Mehta scam or the Ketan Parekh scams, even the Satyam scam also in that regard. Well, the other important concern is the banking activities, the structures, the way the banking activities is a voluminous activities going on in the banking sectors. And there are a lot of transactions take place in the banking sector. The layers of operation, the way, the pattern of operation, and the different types of banking, like it has got a unit banking, branch banking, correspondence banking, whatnot. There are lots of structural differences are there in the different banking sector. So that is also one of the major concern. And the frequently occurring banking crisis is also one of the major concern why the corporate governance comes into the picture with the banking sector. If you have seen the international level itself, 2008 financial crisis shook the entire world. There was a joke about the Lehman Brothers, whatever was on the left-hand side, that's the liability was not right, it seems. And whatever was on the right-hand side, asset was not left, it seems. That was the quotation given to the Lehman Brothers. It was a 150-year-old bank which came down, and the reason was lack of governance. Even Indian history also, because bank being a very sensitive sector, and the entire economy has got a foundation with the banking sector performance also. In 1913 to 1936, nearly 481 banks failed. And from 1954 to 1959, 106 banks got liquidated in India. I'm talking about India now. Nearly 73 was a voluntary liquidated, and 33 was a compulsory liquidation. And in the year 1960, 217 banks got amalgamated. And the year 1969, we saw a major banking sector reforms. That was 14 banks got nationalized, which I'll be coming to in the next slide. There are important committees for the banking sector reforms which has taken place. Apart from the Acts 2, Khandelwal committee has worked on the HR issues of the public sector bank, and the Damodaran committee, the ex-SEBI chairman, I've been listening to a lot of interviews of Mr. Damodaran related to the governance is concerned, which has taken the inputs for the measures to be given for the effective governance in the banks. He has contributed towards the improvement of the customer service in the bank. James Raj committee has worked towards the functioning of the public sector bank. And we have Raghuram Rajan, ex-RBI governor of India, also had given a couple of recommendations related to the financial sector reforms in India. SP Talwar committee has worked on the restructuring of the weak public sector bank. And we have the Khandelwal committee, which has worked on HR issues of public sector bank. And the very foundation of the banking sector, the Narasimhan committee, has got lots of contribution towards the banking sector. The major reform has taken place. Narasimhan committee 1 and 2 has given a lot of recommendation with the banking sector is concerned. And we have the Naresh Chandra committee also, which has worked on the security issues related to the listed banks is concerned. The various other acts, there are lots of acts. I've just highlighted few of the acts which has contributed, few of the committees which have contributed towards that is a major committees which have contributed to the reformation in the banking sector and the corporate governance issues is concerned. And some of the banking reform acts were the Banking Companies Acquisition and Transfer Undertaking Act of 1970. Then we had the nationalization took place with the Nationalization Bank Management and Act and the Bank Management Miscellaneous Provision Scheme in 1970, Arbitration and Council Act in the year 1996, the Depositories Act of 1996, the UTI Code of Governance in 1999, FEMA also gave a framework for setting up the corporate governance standards in India. There are other couple of facts which I might have missed here because of the paucity of time. Have highlighted only few of the acts and the committees which has contributed towards the corporate governance in the banks per se. As I told you, as part of the Nationalization Banking Management Act, in the year 1969, 14 banks were nationalized. If you can see the list here, hope it is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. 1969, a major banking sector reform also took place. Well, it was Allahabad Bank, which is now it is joined with the merge with the Indian Bank, Bank of Baroda, Bank of India, Bank of Maharashtra, Central Bank of India, Canara Bank. These are the list of the 14 banks which got nationalized as part of the major banking sector reform. Then again in the year 1980, 6 more banks were nationalized. Totally 20 banks got nationalized in the span of 1969 to 1980. You can see the Vijaya Bank now with the Bank of Baroda, and OBC has now become the Punjab National Bank post-merger. I have highlighted over here. Corporation Bank and now become Union Bank of India, Andhra Bank, now the Union Bank of India, New Bank of India now has also merged with the Punjab National Bank. But I did the thesis before mergers, before the consolidation process took place. Like as it is, 14 plus 8 banks were there. And you all know the reasons for the nationalization. I think it's all being the master's students, you have come across the concept of the nationalization, the reasons behind the nationalization. Why I'm talking about it, because now the budget is coming up with the concept of the privatization of the 2 major banks, probably the Indian overseas banks and the Central Bank of India. The reasons for the nationalization, of course, it met with the purpose also. The social welfare. Sectors such as agriculture, small and village industries were in the need of the funds for the expansion and further economic development. So it was the main agenda that the banks which were ailing, which were under issues, and as part of the government agenda also, the banks were nationalized, be to reduce the regional imbalances so that the bank reaches to the nooks and corner of the country, and to avoid the controlling of the private monopolies. It was at most necessary for the government to see that the private banks doesn't monopolize. With that particular intention also, the banks were nationalized. Then to enable the private sector, priority sector lending towards the agriculture, towards education, towards various other priority, the reason was to nationalize these particular banks. And towards the expansion, I think we can see presently nearly 1 lakh banks exist in India. It's only because probably one of the reasons of nationalization, expansion of the banking sector. It was necessary to spread the banking across the country. And then the main important thing is to develop the banking habits. Till date, it is working on that. A lot of reformation is taking place so that every individual has got a bank account in India, especially for the saving purpose. So these were the major reasons why bank got nationalized. And I did the analysis with the select banks, the 5 banks I took in my study to analyze whether the corporate governance has got an impact on the nationalized banks' performance. Initially, what I did is I chose 5 banks based on the Financial Express report, the low, medium, high performing banks. The 5 banks was chosen. And then I took up the clause 49. SEBI's clause 49 was mandatory for all the listed banks to disclose in their CG report, the annual report. There I did the analysis with the 65 variables. The main objective was to determine the corporate governance disclosure level for the nationalized banks based on the CG index. CG is nothing but the corporate governance index. And then to compare the CG level of 5 banks based on the board composition, board committee, board meeting, and the disclosure level, to examine the relationship between the corporate governance disclosure level and the performance of the banks was done, to assess the shareholders' opinion on the corporate governance practice in the select banks was made, and also to determine whether the CG affects the investment decision of the shareholders. Based on these objectives, the study was taken up. And as I told you, the 5 banks had chosen a Corporation Bank, Canara, Punjab National, Syndicate Bank, and the Vijaya Bank. And the indicators for the study to see the bank performance was chosen as ROA, CAR, and NPA. These are also the main indicator of the RBI as part of the PCA is concerned. That is a prompt corrective action. These are the major indicators. Also, even I chose this indicator to correlate the disclosure level of the corporate banks with that of the banking performance. As I told you, I prepared an intense Excel sheet where put up in the SPSS with the 65 variables. How these variables, based on clause 49, 3 important indicators were there. A, mandatory disclosure, B, non-mandatory disclosure, and C, other corporate governance disclosures were had. Like mandatory corporate governance disclosure, the few numbers were there, and then the non-mandatory were there, then the other CG requirement. Total 65 variables were analyzed, which I'll be showing in the next slide. And the presence of variable was marked as 1, and the absence of variable was marked as 0. Once I get the CG disclosure level, then I correlated with the bank performance based on the 3 indicators, that is ROA, CAR, and the NPA. Then the inference was drawn whether the CG level had an impact on the bank performance. So the framework of analysis, as I told you, the clause 49 was chosen for the framework of analysis. The 3 important factors I've highlighted. A, mandatory requirement of the corporate governance, which included the philosophy of the code of governance, whether it was displayed in their annual report. If yes, 1 was there. If no, 0 was highlighted. Then about the board of directors being revealed in their annual report or the CG report. Then about the audit committee, then the remuneration committee, shareholders committee, the general body meetings being disclosed in the annual report, and the disclosures being made, like affirmation of the disclosure being made is being highlighted in the annual report. The means of communication and the general shareholders information were a couple of mandatory requirement being highlighted in the annual report. If yes, it was marked as 1. It was for 7 years. So 5 banks, 7 years, the analysis was made. Then non-mandatory requirement, whether a non-executive chairman may be entitled to maintain a chairman's office at the company's expense. If yes, 1. If no, 0 was marked. Similarly, there are 65 variables been taken up to all the 3 categories. Well, other non-mandatory requirement, does the bank conduct training for its board member? Whether it is being highlighted, it is being displayed. It all talks about what? The transparency and the disclosure. A very foundation, the corporate governance model exists. You need to be transparent and there should be proper disclosure. Whether the bank has got the P group or the BOD to evaluate the performance of NED, even that was in the clause 49 as non-mandatory. I'm telling it is prior to the consolidation, what the analysis I did, and later on I'll be talking about the present committee's information. The other CG requirement which was highlighted was the profile of directors being appointed during the year, whether it is mentioned or not, whether the bank has mentioned the code of conduct, whether the CSR initiative taken up by the banks mentioned, whether the disclosure about the risk management is there. So all the content was given as a questionnaire method and the analysis was made. Does the bank have a nomination committee? Whether the auditor certificate provided the bank exists there? Is the chairman of the board executive or non-executive mentioned? So this is how I divided three important category of the corporate governance requirement and made it as 65 variable, and the availability of the variable was marked as 1, if not 0. Basically, I was just drawing the inference from the disclosure level of all the 5 banks for the 7 years, whether it exists in the concerned annual report of the bank. So the inference was that related to the code of governance, it was 100% disclosure was made, and the shareholders committee also 100% was there. Audit committee 100. Remember, these are the mandatory requirement. Despite of being mandatory, you can see that not all bank has conferred with the mandatory requirement. So there is some lack of compliance by the nationalized banks, which has to be addressed. So that was the inference I could draw, that not all banks had the 100% disclosure of the mandatory requirement, while the non-mandatory was around 66%. And related to the 5 bank was concerned, related to the mandatory disclosure in the banks, the Canara Bank and the PNB showed the highest disclosure level, 91.11%. Remember, it should be 100%, but again, compared to other banks, it has showed a pretty good disclosure with 91.11%, followed by the rest of the banks, where the least disclosure was made by the syndicate bank. So it is inferred that not all banks comply with the mandatory requirement, which was alarming. So the suggestions had given that RBI has to take some strict actions towards the banks for non-disclosure or non-adhering to the compliance. So basically, the research took place with the independent variable of these 3 items, that is mandatory, non-mandatory, and other corporate governance disclosure, which was correlated with the dependent variable to see whether the disclosure has an impact with the bank performance. The 3 important indicators of the bank performance was taken, that was return on asset, capital adequacy ratio, and the non-performing assets. Based on the analysis, it was very voluminous details. I have not highlighted all the detail. I've just summarized that Corporation Bank had the highest level of disclosure with good ROA and CR and the least NPA. That shows that yes, there is a correlation between the CGDL, that is the corporate governance disclosure level, to that of a bank performance. And the inference also was drawn that Vijaya Bank showed the lower level disclosure with the low ROA and CR and the comparatively more NPA, which was very alarming. So somewhere the inference holds good, because now Vijaya Bank has also got merged. And the study also has the various parameters. The correlation was there. Well, one of that was non-executive directors and the bank performance. We all know the board consists the combination of the executive, non-executive, and the independent director, along with the chairman and the CEO or MD. But the inference was non-executive director definitely contributes significantly in the decision-making process. And Canara Bank had the highest proportion of the non-executive director. Syndicate had the lowest proportion of the non-executive director. There was an analysis based on the committees and the disclosure level. If you can see the annual report, there are lots of committees in the different banks. But recently, the RBI discussion paper has made up with the inference that the 4 important committees should be there in all the banks. That is the risk management and the nomination committee, the audit committee, The stakeholder committee, these are the important committee. It should be there as part of their organization, efficient conduct, and for better corporate governance. Related to the committee was concerned, the impact was that the number of the board committee didn't have a major impact. Of course, the number doesn't matter. Even we also feel we do have a lot of committees, but all committee has to perform effectively, isn't it? See, corporate governance should not be more of the quantitative aspect. It should be the qualitative aspect also. Yes, existence of committee is important, but the qualitative aspect of the committee, the performance of committee is important. Just for the sake of having the committee, just for the sake of showing the number of meetings, just for the sake of putting the agenda is not suffice. There should be the qualitative aspect. The real purpose should be met by the each committees. So the number, of course, doesn't make an impact, but it should be disclosed. It should be there. Then the relation between the board meeting and the CG level, the Punjab National had the highest average based on the analysis, with the syndicate having the least average number of meetings being conducted. And the inference was there was significant relation between the board meetings and the CG disclosure level. And there was also the paper on the shareholders' perspective on the corporate governance. Nearly 250 shareholders were approached. Out of that, 150 shareholders gave the feedback. And the question posed to them was, what are the important attributes of the corporate governance? Based on these parameters, A, whether it is a shareholding pattern or appropriate governance structure, or the presence of the strong and independent board of director, whether adequate committee structure should be there, and the means of communication or the high level of disclosure. And the maximum number of shareholders have given a feedback that high level of disclosure is considered as a very important attribute for the good corporate governance. So disclosure has an impact on the banking performance. And there was a question related to the top reform priorities for the bank's policymaker also, whether the shareholders' right to be strengthened or improve the accounting standard, more effective disclosure, and the stronger enforcement should be there by the top bank policymakers like RBA or the DFS, whatever it is. According to the shareholders, the more effective disclosure and the stronger enforcement is the top priority for the bank, followed by the accounting standard and the strengthening the shareholders' right. So this was the brief analysis being made related to the 5 bank 7 years. Well, 55% of the shareholders expressed their opinion having the positive impact on the corporate governance in the investment decision. And the rest of the 45%, they say that it's not only the corporate governance which makes them to invest their money into the banks. There are various other factors, but the maximum number of shareholders said this, yes, a good corporate governance definitely makes them to invest their money in these banks. So ultimately, the inference was a good corporate governance disclosure levels helps in the better bank performance, and disclosure and transparency are the key indicator of a corporate governance. And the good disclosure in the banks helps bank to increase the percentage of ROA, CAR, and decrease its non-performing asset. All these were based on the quantitative aspect and disclosure level of each and every bank without the correlation with the banking performance. These were prior to the merger, where among the 14 plus 6 banks had chosen the 5 banks. Well, post merger, the lot of analysis is made. I have chosen the experts' opinion and the government measures. Well, PJ Nayak committee recommendation was very important recommendation. As part of it, merger took place in the nationalized banks and the public sector banks. Even PJ Nayak committee also has recommended for the privatization of these nationalized banks or the public sector banks. Nayak committee also has recommended for the setting up of the bank board bureau. It was a major recommendation given by the Nayak committee to address the issues of the corporate governance related to the appointment of the board in the public sector bank. And the nationalized bank coming under the Companies Act also has been recommended by PJ Nayak. And RBI supervision to bank rather than the Comptroller, Auditor General, or the RTA or the Central Vigilance Commission. RBI supervision is sufficed for the public sector banks. That was a recommendation given by the PJ Nayak committee. And today we can see that merger took place, and out of the 16 plus 8, now what are the number of public sector banks? There are 12 public sector banks. Okay, with the 22 private sector banks existing and 46 foreign banks are there, 56 regional rural banks exist, 1,485 urban cooperative banks exist, and 96,000 rural more than 1 lakh banks operate in India. Well, the reference is made with the nationalized banks, so 12 public sector banks. Earlier, it was like SBI and the national banks, because even the merger of a couple of associate State Bank of India has been taken place. So I'll be using the term public sector banks itself. So these are the 12 public sector banks post merger, post consolidation, with the recommendation of the committee, that is the Bank of Baroda, Bank of India, Bank of Maharashtra, Canara Bank. I think it's visible. These are the banks which got consolidated with the various other banks, and the numbers diminished to 12. So we can see the SBI leads with the number of branch as part of the public sector bank is concerned. There's 24,000 branches in SBI, and the Punjab National Bank with the merger of OBC and UBI, nearly 11,437 branches exist. And Bank of Baroda with the merger of Dena Bank and the Vijaya Bank, nearly 8,000 plus banks exist, their branches exist. Canara Bank post merger with the Syndicate Bank. Union Bank merged with Andhra and Corporation Bank. And the Indian Bank merged with Allahabad Bank, Central Bank of India, Indian Overseas. They are in the verge of privatization. UCO Bank, Bank of Maharashtra, Punjab, and Sindh Bank have left as individual banks. No mergers has taken place. But these are the post-consolidation, post-merger with the banking scenario. That is the latest 2021. Now the real context, the issues in the nationalized bank. Why the CG? Wherever the banks fail, the quotation is lack of governance. Why the lack of governance? Because of the issues in the nationalized banks. According to our RBI governor, Shri Shaktikant Das ji, the problems that currently seem to affect the public sector bank, that is the NPA, capital shortfall, even the frauds, inadequate risk management, can mostly attributed to the manifestation of the corporate governance issues. So that was here is highlighted, the sir has highlighted related to the issues in nationalized bank. So let's see one by one a couple of issues which prevail in the nationalized banks and related to the corporate governance in the nationalized banks. The burning issues in the nationalized banks prior to the nationalization, after the consolidation, still date, the one of the major issue which exists in the nationalized banks is the high bad loan. The statistics says that 6.17 trillion Indian rupee in the NPA in the fiscal year 2021 exist in the nationalized banks. Basically, the reason the nationalized banks has got the target to be achieved. They should show that balance sheet growth, and they are being pressurized with the priority lending. And of course, there's a pressure with the political pressure to grant the loans to the favor individuals and the companies. And the main target, the rural areas, again, the farm loan waiver during the election time, nearly 85,000 crore, it seems, between 17 to 19 waived off. It's a whopping amount which added to the high bad loans in terms of, that is, non-performing assets. That is the asset which is due for 90 days. So very purpose of the bank is lending, but the very issue you don't get back your money with interest, then the banks will suffer. So that's the burning issues in the nationalized banks. For whatever the reason, the lack of governance, one of the major aspect to be analyzed is the non-performing assets. Again, important other issues in the nationalized banks related to the corporate governance is concerned, the compliance. I think I did the analysis where lack of compliance were there in the nationalized banks. Compliance related to the disclosure. When the authority says, when the supervisory body says, you have to adhere to the norms, better adhere to the norms. The rules of regulations are made for the betterment of an organization. And the quality of audit is concerned. That's the reason RBI has come up with a discussion paper to emphasize more on the internal audit also. That is, the lack of accurate, timely accounting and the disclosure practice is also one of the issues in the nationalized banks, which affects the performance of the banks, which addresses the issue with the corporate governance. Accountability, one of the major issues in the nationalized bank. the expert's opinion. All these are the extracts taken from the interview, RBI bulletins, extracts by the analysis of the ex-governors, managers and all. What are the issues lies in the nationalized banks? And a couple of it I have highlighted over here. The remuneration is also one of the important issue. It said that nationalized banks and the public sector banks, we all know also because it has been displayed, the remuneration has been displayed in the annual report. It is not par with the corporates. So what happens? There is a lack of attraction to the top talent in the nationalized banks, and there will be migration. You know, many of private banks has been headed by the ex-public sector banks. I mean, the people who have served in the public sector banks also. Why? Because of the better incentives being given in the other private sector banks or other corporates and all. So there is a remuneration issue. Still date exit with the corporate governance concern to the public sector bank is concerned. And there is also a political intervention in the selection of the board members. As you all know, the nationalized banks or the public sector banks is the state-owned banks. It is owned by the government. Well, of course, the political intervention does affect the smooth functioning. For example, if you have a meeting, if you have a government nominee, they will have the dominating role in terms of executing their opinion. So your voice will be hidden. It should not happen. It may not happen. One of the reason maybe you're not able to put up your agenda when in the front of the government nominee. The reason political intervention in the selection of the board and the bureaucracy, that's lack of initiative and the failure to take quick decision. When the system is working with the 5G, you are still exiting 3G, it doesn't happen. But of course, I can see the drastic changes. I think the SBI YONO is doing pretty well compared to many apps. We do download MD, we do have the usage of these technologies and all. They're working on it, but still the issues persist in many a nationalist bank. Still, because for everything they have to take the permission and all, there is a bureaucracy set up in all the public sector undertakings. Can be one of the reasons where the issues in national banks still lies. And of course, the conflict of interest of opinion related to their understanding of the concept to put across their thought and all because of the existence of the common nominee. So one more major issues in the nationalized banks is the fraud. The fraud is the reason why the banks are failing, why the scams are taking place, why the scandals are happening. We all know the difference between the errors and the fraud. Any deliberate error are called as fraud. Because of these frauds, the country has lost nearly 1.8 lakh crore. It was a whopping amount, which shows that 80% of these losses distinctively affected the nationalized banks. With the size of the Indian banking sector with 1.66 lakh, and what a whopping amount of fraud which has taken place. It's our hard-earned money, that is the taxpayers' money, also been invested in the government equity. When something happens, the government would go for recapitalization. Where that money comes in, it's the taxpayers' money. So fraud is a major issue in the nationalized bank. I think history has seen many a fraud being taken place. 2015, 6,000 crore scam. Again, the nationalized banks been involved. I'm not highlighting all the banks because even the private bank, the Yes Bank, ICICI Bank, all the banks have been involved in the fraud. Since I'm highlighting about the public sector and the national banks, a few of the scams I have highlighted over here. That's OBC and the Bank of Baroda employees were allegedly part of the scam. See, it's the involvement of the top to the bottom. Everywhere it is there, the scam does happen. I mean, the corporate governance should not only confine to the one particular level. They should be more enlightening about the ethics, the values, okay, about the governance at the all level. Then only I think some reformation can take place. And again, it's an individual aspect. I want to be ethical. It's my personal choice. But everyone should be ethical for the institutional purpose. If the institution is there, then only you exist. In fact, in one more lecture, I was reading about an article that one of the financial institution, I don't want to name it, there was a quotation that organization is becoming poor, employees are becoming rich. It's what a very alarming quotation. Employees are becoming rich. How? Through the frauds, through the misleading, through the unethical practices. Ultimately, if the institution suffers, even the employee will suffer. That understanding should be there. So values and ethics Though it is individual, it affects the entire organization. So more awareness among the employees is required. So that is my understanding about, little understanding about how it works and all. The fraud, it doesn't happen overnight. It's the system also plays a very important role. The people are important, system is also important. If people are ethical, system is not good, even that doesn't work. Okay, if system is good, people are not, even that also doesn't work. It should be complementing each other. Okay, again, 2016, 1,000 crore fraud took place, and the syndicate bank involvement was there in terms of the fake checks, letter of credit, LIC policies to withdraw the money. See, you can see the whopping amount of fraud taking place in the banking sector. Again, lack of governance being highlighted everywhere. 9,000 crore fraud. Vijay Mallya was accused of defrauding a consortium of lender. Many public sector banks again were involved. SBI, PNB, Bank of Baroda, Bank of India. That was there 2017. It was a 9,000 crore fraud which took place. Then in 2018, again 14,000 crore fraud by the Nirav Modi, Mehul Choksi. See, all these have escaped, are safely safeguarded. Even I don't know much of the legal aspects and all. Punishment to be given. Fraud is a fraud, culprit is a culprit, criminal is a criminal. There's some country who safeguard the criminal is questionable. I don't know how, and the legal system, it takes a long duration to punish the culprits. Even that is questionable. Well, these are some of the frauds, which is one of the major issues in the banking sector and nationalized banks per se, because since analysis on these nationalized banks. So other important issues are the multiple regulations. It's like private bank doesn't have too much of regulation comparatively to the national banks, because national banks are governed by Banking Regulation Act, there is Acquisition, Transfer and Taking Act, nationalized banks is there, SEBI listing is there. So it's a multiple regulation becomes difficult for the operation. So one of the suggestions being given that there should be one code of conduct or one regulation which makes the smooth functioning of the banks. Okay. There are a lot of circulars being issued. They get a circular from SBI, they get a circular from RBI and the Ministry of Finance, the Government of India. So there are the multiple regulations which experts says that is also one of the issues in the national banks. As part of these issues, a lot of recommendation, lot of committee also has worked. The recently RBI Bulletin has come up with the discussion paper, which I'll be showing next. Initially, Uday Kotak Committee on the corporate governance have given a lot of recommendation, and it also applies to the public sector and the nationalized banks also. That is the nationalized banks also. The minimum board strength. What should be the minimum board strength? The 6 members, at least one woman should be appointed as an independent director. And firm should have at least 1 year of succession planning and risk management. Succession planning, one person terms ends immediately, the successor should be identified and all. A lot of recommendation has been given in that particular aspect. It was also given recommendation gender diversity, that is 1 woman on the board, expanding the eligibility criteria for the independent director, that is more number of directors with good skills, good talent are required in the board. In that particular aspect, it was mentioned. And related to disclosure of the expertise and skills of director. And recently I was looking at the SBI website, they have disclosed all the qualities of all the expertise of all the board members. They have just put the tick mark with the 5 important qualities they have highlighted, but not all banks have been following it. Even that was also one of the recommendations being given. Then separation of the CEO, MD and chairperson. There is the role conflict will be there, the chairman, CEO and the MDs and all. For the effective functioning, the separation of the CEO or the MD or the chairperson was recommended by the Uday Kotak Committee. And then the quorum of board meeting, 1/3 of the size of the board or the members, whichever is higher, need to be there. That was also one of the major recommendations being given. A lot of recommendations, few of the recommendations have I highlighted over here. This is for the effective governance to be followed by the public sector banks also. And as I told you recently, June 2020, I mean the RBI discussion paper, it is put across. A lot of debate is going on, a lot of discussions are going on. What are the important recommendations being given according to discussion paper? The major are on the composition of the board, on the board meeting. Then there is governance and the committees and the conflict of interest. Related to the composition of the board, again, the recommendation in the discussion paper is at least 6 directors should be there. When I did the study, only the composition of the board I have done recently. In the past 1 week, I was going through the composition of the board. All the public sector banks have met the composition of board recommendation. 6 directors are there, and not more than 15. I don't think any of them have crossed 15. The max is SBI have got the 13 directors. With the majority being independent director, that is not being followed. Even the board meeting is concerned, they have the recommendation related to the board shall meet at least 6 times a year and at least once every 60 days. Yes, of course, just for the name of sake of board meeting, the meeting should not be conducted. It should have the purpose. It should serve the purpose. The qualitative aspect should come out of the meeting. See, I observed in one of the annual report in one of the bank, just for the sake of showing the meeting, the 2 consecutive in 1 month itself. They rush up to complete the meeting and show that we have conducted the meeting. That doesn't serve the purpose. A lot of agendas are there. Okay, it's, as I told you, it's not only the quantitative aspect is important, because I have studied the quantitative aspect. The researchers have got a very good topic where they can do with the qualitative aspect. The quality of meeting is important. It is also recommended all meetings of the board should have the majority of independent director and shall meet with the quorum of 5 members. And the board shall not have more than 3 directors who are the directors of the company, which among themselves are entitled to exercise more than 20% of that total voting right. This is according to the RBI discussion paper. It is also highlighted about the minutes of the meeting. It is to emphasize that independent director is not just in the form, but also in substance. So it has ensured that minute of the meeting as well as its committees are recorded. Within 48 hours, it should be uploaded or been displayed or got the signatures done and all. It's very crucial. The minutes of the meeting aspect has been highlighted according to the discussion paper. It has also highlighted about the board members' qualification. The overall composition of the board of directors of the bank should be diverse. Not only the women, it also has given a direction to have the blend of youth, the interested groups, individual with the requisite skill. What is the requisite skill? Especially, you need to have the persuasion skill. What is the persuasion skill? That is to make our agenda met. The right agenda being met. Because of the domination of others, you should not see that my agenda is not met. My purpose is not met. So you need to have the members who can see that the good cause takes up. So that is the skills, the persuasion skill is also equally important, which helps the board's overall functioning, which helps the effectiveness of an organization also. We need to have more number of people working on the board who have a say in the management, who have a say in the board, who can put across their thought. It's not be like yes huzur or ji huzur kind of thing. They listen and they just sign, they come back and all. They need to have certain qualification which really brings the qualitative aspect in the performance of any organization per se. The discussion paper has highlighted about the risk governance framework. It has come out with a 3 line of defense. Well, the first line of defense is at the front level, how to see that what kind of exposures are there, the business line, the routine activities and all, what kind of risk exists there. The second line of defense, the independent risk management functions. It's about the risk management function. It has highlighted. And third line of defense, it has highlighted about the internal audit functions. It should be independent internal audit functions, as well as independent vigilance function also. I think many national banks has come up with the CVC in their body, that is Central Vigilant Commission, working towards the vigilance. So I think we all should be vigilant, but separate officer was being met because of these kind of recommendation being made. RBI discussion paper also highlight about the board committee. Initially, I told the 4 important board committee been recommended. The audit committee board, which has been there in the right from the initial recommendation from the various bodies, the CII to Kotak Mahindra, the Kotak committee to Narayan Murthy to Naresh Chandra committee, all have recommended this particular board. Even this has emphasized mandatory, it should be there, the audit committee board. And it was also recommended for the risk management committee of the board should be there, and the nomination and the remuneration committee board to be existed, and of course the stakeholder relationship committee to be there. So let's see one by one. The audit committee board, it talks about the combination should be the non-executive directors, and the chair of the board shall not be a member of the ACB, that is audit committee board. It should meet at least with a quorum of 3 members. I just brief the important recommendation in the audit committee board is that the member should be qualified with the financial skills. That is very important. The requisite professional skills or the qualification is required to be a part of the board member of this particular committee. That was a major recommendation being given. Again, the risk management committee of the board to be set up, to be there, it is there. It shall meet with a quorum of 3 members, 2/3 to be independent director. Okay, and the board should constitute with the NEDs, that's a non-executive directors. And related to the NRC, that is the nomination and the remuneration committee, which is working on the remuneration model and all. It should also have the combination of the NEDs, that's a non-executive director, and 3 members need to be there to be chaired by the independent director. And the committee meet at least 6 times a year, at least once every 60 days. It has clearly mentioned. The head of the HR function will report to the committee, because HR policy is also equally important in an effective functioning of the nationalized banks. The last committee, the stakeholder relationship committee, which should check into the grievances related to the stakeholders. What are the shareholders' grievances, whether they are eligible for the postal ballot or the proxy voting or whatever the grievances of the shareholders are there. And related to the depositors is concerned. So the depositor, customers, shareholders are the important stakeholder. And the committee was set up to address the grievances of these stakeholders. The RBI discussion paper also highlights about the conflict of interest. It says that whenever there is a conflict of interest, the board member should absent himself from the board proceedings when the conflict of interest issues is taken up by the board. Only in the absence of that member will other board members feel encouraged to share their opinion. It's very right. Many a time there is a meeting is held, all the dominant people will be there, and there is an issue related to one particular person is there, and you feel embarrassed to talk in front of that person. Okay, in fact, they should not be there, but many a time it so happens. Earlier, he is not able to vote. That was there. You did not vote on this particular agenda. But now, only in the absence of that member, the board member feel encouraged to share their opinion in a more forthright manner. That was being recommended. So as part of the annual report, I just went through the affirmation, whether they have all these things. All the banks have given the affirmation by the National Bank for the effective governance. Yes, the composition of the board of directors in terms of SEBI, it is there in all the banks. Composition of the committees, it is there. That is the audit committee, nomination, stakeholder, and the risk management committee. It does exist in all the nationalized banks. And the affirmation related to the committee members, the roles and responsibility being specified. They have given the affirmation, and the meetings of the board of directors and the above committees have been conducted in the manner as specified in the SEBI Act is also been mentioned. So I could do the analysis with the shortage of time with only the composition of the board, because I got the information the last month. I'm working on again on the corporate governance in the nationalized banks, but in-depth analysis I couldn't make it. I have done the analysis with the composition of the board. I went through the annual report of all the 12 public sector banks. I could gather the information about the composition of the board. Again, I could do some observation over there. Well, if you can see, the Punjab National Bank has met with the target, that is 6 is the minimum. Yes, it has got 9 and 4 executive director, 2 non-executive director, and the 2 independent director. And again, it has got the 1 women director, which has also been recommended. But if you can observe, Union Bank of India, there is no women director. I was rechecking, I mean, I have done it properly or not. Again, I could observe many national banks, there were no women director. Okay, that was also one of the major observation. Again, all the banks have met with the target, that is 6 should be there in the board. I know that numbers doesn't matter, but compliance does matter, disclosure but does matter. It should be there, right? So it has got all the specific number. The Bank of Baroda, again, 10 board of directors are there. Bank of India, 12. Well, again, if you can observe the separation of the role, there's one chairman and one MD. Okay, again, the chairman is non-executive and the MD is executive director. And the Bank of India, there's one chairman and one MD and CEO. Again, Indian Bank, there's one MD, CEO been mentioned over there. But again, if you can see, even Indian Bank doesn't have the women director. I don't know whether they don't get the women to be placed in the board or whatever the reason is. Definitely the women brings a culture in the board. That's my purview. Of course, it doesn't matter. It's a men or women or a transgender. Again, 3 important community are there. But when the law says, when there is an empowerment of women, chances are being given. And again, it has been ruled that it should be there. Again, you are not adhering to it. So there's some, that's what recommendation I've given, that some action to be taken regarding it. Then again, the Central Bank of India, you can see that again, no women director. Punjab and Sindh Bank also no women director. SBI also no women director. But they have complied with one important aspect, the minimum number what I've stipulated, 6, it is there. And you can see SBI have got more number of board of directors compared to other nationalized bank. One chairman with 13 directors exist. And a couple of banks have got more number of independent directors. You see the Canara Bank, Indian Overseas, and the Bank of Maharashtra. Again, Bank of Maharashtra doesn't have the women director. Canara Bank has got 1. Indian Overseas Bank have got 2 women directors. I wonder why it is going to privatize now. I have not done much analysis on the privatization aspect, so I'll not get into it deeply. Being an academician, we confined to the certain topics and all. There are a lot of things to be learned. Even this is a learning experience for me to understand how it works. Okay, it's like a saga, it's like an ocean. It's just a little understanding I'm able to share today. It has got a 2 women director. So the inference is the 100% banks comply with the requirement of the minimum 6 director, but the 50% bank doesn't comply with the requirement of 1 women director. What should you do? The rule should be strict that you are not adhering. In the initial, my thesis also, there's a 100% disclosure was not there. And now also you see the disclosure is not there. Only 50% banks are adhering to it. Okay, and the 25% have shown the separation of the role so that there will be no conflict of opinion or the dual roles will be there. So some of the suggestions are for the better corporate governance based on the study, based on the experts' opinion. I have just put across a few of the thoughts for the better corporate governance in the nationalized banks. Yes, a diverse board of directors, women, young, client, skilled experience, what the discussion paper says should be there. It brings a vibe, the numbers with the efficient, skilled, experienced people. See, experienced people add value to the board, you know. That's also equally important. It should be combination. The board will be very vibrant. So then only you can see the effective functionings. The youngsters with the new ideas, innovative technologies, ideas and all, and the experienced people with their wisdom, with their vision, and the skilled people, definitely would have the better corporate governance in the nationalized banks. And of course, the board members must safeguard the interest of the bank and all his stakeholders. Sorry, not only shareholders, also the other stakeholders also. That's also very equally important for the better corporate governance in the nationalized banks. And the bank must be offered a free hand with no much political interference. And recently, NAI committee's recommendation, the BBB, the Bureau of Bank Board has been set up, which goes for the appointment of the key important positions. For better corporate governance, again, what is important? RBI should ensure the transparent board recruitment or the appointment, which I just mentioned. The conflict of interest taken into account with regard to the board appointment and all should be taken care of. And there should be some job rotation. Why? Because of the frauds or the errors, to check out the certain amount of job rotation to investigate whether there is a collusion. I think the history has seen the GTB scam or UTI scams and all. There is a collusion of the board with the, employees also. See, fraud doesn't take as it is. You get some guts to do that, right? There is a loophole in the system. The Harshad Mehta scam took place. I think the youngsters, if you watch scam in 92, probably that gives a very clear understanding what were the banking system loopholes, how he took the advantage of it. And of course, for the better governance in the nationalized banks, innovative technology is equally important. The shareholders not able to attend the meeting, there should be arrangement to be made so that they can have the postal ballot, or they can have the the talks in the meetings through the virtual. I think we all are meeting. It's a pleasure to meet you all through the virtual. It happened. I'm not telling thanks to the pandemic, but only because of this pandemic, I could know this virtual conversation. Otherwise, we never used to have it, right? And again, a lot of technology can come up in the banking sector, which should definitely give a competitive edge over the foreign banks or the private sector banks also, which is very important for the banking performance. I think they're working on it. There are a lot of reformation is taking place, which I'll be showing in the next slide with the government measures and all. And the expert's opinion is also about the two important, which I have not dealt in detail. That's a bad bank. Like a bad bank is like an asset reconstruct company, which will take away the non-performing assets of these ailing banks. Okay, so that their balance sheet is clear. That's the concept of the bad bank, it seems, which will help in the better corporate governance in the national banks. It was the opinion of the many retired governors and retired officials in the banking sector is concerned. Based on the interview extract, based on the RBI bulletins, write-ups and all, I've just picked up and put it over here. One of the suggestion for the effective functioning of the national banks is the constitution of the bad bank. And of course, today we can see the consolidation is working because of the ailing banks. A lot of merger took place. From the 20 plus number, the number has come down to 12, and it is been strengthened. There's a huge debate going on. Why privatization, again mergers and all? Of course, the merger really worked for the ailing nationalized bank. It will help in the better corporate governance in the nationalized bank. And other important recommendations, that maximum compliance with the regulations. See, my thesis only on the compliance, that's the disclosure level. It is very important. Okay, adhere to the rules, regulations. Anybody in that rules are there to safeguard individuals, safeguard the company. Why not follow the rule? Follow the rule, avoid the penalty. There were the RBI had penalized a couple of banks for not adhering to this thing. It should be very strict. Even RBI recently has released the UCO Bank. You know, UCO Bank was in the PCA norms. That is a prompt corrective action. It has not met certain target. It seems it has not adhered to the certain norms. It came under the PCA for 4 years. What happens? It is not able to perform in terms of expansion of the branch or announcement of the whatever it is. Okay, the three important RBI's function or the principle also holds good in the corporate governance. A, transparency. B, offsite surveillance. And C, the PCA, the prompt corrective action. So maximum compliance should be there with the regulations. And of course, the regulator should be very strict to punish the frauds or crime. We are sitting here thinking what is happening to Vijay Mallya, what is happening to Punjab National Bank, who is detailed analysis can be made and all, but still the legal aspect is so slow that the punishable people are roaming everywhere. You can see not only the banking sector, in other field also. Some strict measure should be there. People should be scared to do the crime or involved in any scams and all. So all these years, the helmet, people are telling it's only the helmet. I mean, the fine was increased. People are aware of the importance. Again, there are loopholes in the system. I can see many a police officer, the traffic control itself telling helmet takila akade hogi. I mean, you go that side and all. Even their collusion with that. So that is a different case. So regulated to be very strict. It says that comply or explain, if not punish. So definitely they should be punished. Better system in the audit or improvement in the digging fraud is very important. Okay, there's some system, the lacuna in the audit, where the Satyam saga, it was the involvement of the auditor itself, right? So the involvement of auditor itself has to be digged out. Again, I keep telling, it's the individual principles which matters. So you are there to work with ethics. I think no, these kind of things can happen. I still believe that Tata's has been one of the honest company in India because of the values and ethics. It's only individual person, but again, company people who are working also equally important. Many people complain that there are certain organizations with lack of ethics and all. I don't want to join. So ethics brings a reputation to the company, brings an image to the company, which is very important. So if the auditor themselves are hand in glove with the wrongdoings, so God only can save us. So better system in audit or improvement in digging fraud is equally important. So these are some of the measures, and the government is working hard on reducing the NPAs with lot of committees recommendation, lot of code of governance, lot of debates taking place, lot of discussion paper. The government has got the 4 R's. That A, recognize the problem. Banks must value their asset close to the true value. Recognition is the first R, what the government strategies take up to reduce the non-performing assets in the bank. Then recapitalization, that is infusion of the funds to the bank. Nearly 14,000 crore in 2021 has been infused as part of equity. Many a ailing bank has got this particular amount. Then again, it has gone for resolution. The stress assets to be sold. Well, as I told you, the establishment of the bad bank, that is the asset reconstruction company, which will take away the non-performing assets. That is one of the resolution. And as part of the reforms, consolidations or mergers are taking place. And the privatization, it's a debatable. I have not gone to it as part of the reforms, because 1969 major banking sector reforms, nationalization of these private banks took place. Then 2017, the merger of these nationalized banks took place. And now 2021 budget, there is a announcement of the privatization. With the history of 52 years of nationalization, the bank has come across with a different evolution, revolution, reformation, and merger is one of the important strategy as recommended by the government. The government also has come with probably Arun Jaitley, during the Arun Jaitley period, the mission Indradhanush was highlighted. It was related to the appointment of separate post of CMD, MD, and the CEO. It was a major measure taken by the mission Indradhanush by the government. Establishment of the Board of Bureau. It was recommendation of the Nayak committee. It was adhered to it. They are going for the appointment of the director through the Board of Bureau. And again, infusion of the funds for the ailing banks and all, that is recapitalization based on efficiency criteria. The allocation of the funds to the banks is being done. Then the bad bank, that is distressing the ailing banks, the asset company to deal with the bad loan and to encourage, the talented individuals come up in the boards, the empowerment, that ESOPs was recommended, that is the employee stock option plans. Because when you have the profit, they do share with the chairmen and the CEO and all, which is not in case of the nationalized banks or the government banks. At least to boost the incentives will encourage them to even more motivate them. So anybody needs an incentive, right? Even the chairman or the MD per se, he's confined to the major banks and all, but some motivation through this empowerment can be done. And there should be a framework of accountability. You are answerable to the stakeholders and all. And the mission Indradhanush also highlighted about the government's reforms to strengthen the risk management practices and appointment of the chief risk officers. These are the couple of recommendations given by the government in terms of the strategies, in terms of the mission, in terms of the reformation, and in terms of the recent announcement also. All these are working towards the better governance in the nationalized banks. And based on my thesis analysis, based on the present scenario, the few of the recommendations are given. This is just a slide I wanted to share with the reforms. 2021 finance minister has come up with the ease reforms. It was already 2, 3, now it is 4 ease reforms. Ease is nothing but enhanced access service excellence reforms for the public sector banks. Towards the innovative technology, I did mention innovative technology is important. So public sector banks has come up with the key initiatives. Ease 4 talks about the smart lending, dial a loan for doorstep, click at click, 24/7 banking with resilient technology, cloud-based IT systems, data-enabled agriculture financing, collaborating with the financial ecosystem. These are the initiatives taken by the government towards the reformation in the public sector towards the better governance. See, for the better governance, information technology is important. So these are some of the key initiatives taken by the public sector banks. So the recent awards were given in August 2021 or June 2021. The three important banks which got the governance award: Union Bank, Punjab National Bank, and State Bank of India. And the EASE comes up with the various awards. EASE 1, 2, 3. Now we are in the 4. 4 will be given the next year. EASE 3 awards were given this year. These are the top performing banks based on the themes of the EASE. That is SBI, Bank of Baroda, Union Bank among the public sector and the nationalized banks. Based on the smart lending for the aspiring Indian, Bank of Baroda, State Bank of India, Union Bank got the award. Based on tech-enabled ease of banking, SBI, Bank of Baroda, Union Bank got the award. These are the awards being given. Awards really motivates them to perform even more better. And the EASE is working towards the reformation in the banking sector. The EASE Governance Award went to the Union Bank, Punjab National Bank, and the State Bank of India. But my only question was, Union Bank didn't have the one women director, how it got award. I didn't go in the deep of analysis. It was just my observation. But related to other parameters, it was doing well, pretty well probably. The governance and outcome HR-centric issues, Union Bank got an award. And this is a breakthrough achievement, which is displayed by the government, the quarterly, the recent achievement till the March 2021. There is an increase in the overall performance of the public sector banks. That is 35% in the overall performance, with the measures being taken, with the committee's recommendation, with the issues lying and the reformation being taken place. And related to smart lending for the aspiring India, there is a 46% increase in the performance. And tech-enabled ease of banking, there's a 12%. And institutional prudent banking, there is a 43% increase in the performance. And related to the governance also, the study says that public sector banks has got an increase in the performance, 37%. Good governance and outcome-centric HR is being taken place. And deepening the financial institution and the customer protection, 12%. So overall, the government is giving a positive figure with the improvement in the public sector governance and the performance. So quick, 2 slides are there left. I just wind up. I think we reached the time, 12:30. Based on the analysis I have done, still it holds good, because I did the analysis with the 7 years data for the 5 banks a decade back, and now it is the recent analysis also. There is a lack of disclosure in the banks, which is very alarming. Okay, the women director not there, isn't it, in the board of director? That is alarming. And there are other important analysis could be done. Because of the shortage of time, I have not put across. It's been going on, ongoing process. Quick recommendations are, there should be a periodic checks, which will send a message that the regular checks will take the disclosure seriously. The regulator will take the disclosure seriously. And banks should be penalized for non-compliance. That should be done. And the board should be professionalized. That is appointment in terms of accountability. And the policy which will have the uniformity in the corporate governance practices across all the banks. I think there should be a unified code of governance. I feel that there are a lot of committees, lot of recommendations, which one is following which one and all. There's so much of, the confusions will be there. Of course, being an academician, we should not tell it's about the confusion. Clarity should be there. There should be clear, concise way of telling this should be done for these banks. That is highly recommended for the policymakers. It gives a message that, okay, follow this. If you're not following, this is the penalty. Okay. The bank should initiate more awareness through the seminars, workshop. The way, kudos to the Mangalore University of conducting workshop on this. Again, banks themselves have to conduct the awareness program for their own employees. Their own members and all, which would imbibe the spirit of values and ethics in all individual. That is very important aspect. So to conclude, corporate governance should not be practiced just because of the regulation, but to ensure betterment and good performance to match to the level of various stakeholders whom they are responsible. As I told you, it should not only the quantitative aspect, the corporate governance should be qualitative aspect. It should be in the letter of spirit and should be the culture or the way of life. And related regulative body is concerned. Regulative body keeps issuing guidelines to improve the corporate governance, but the onus lies in the individual banks, because they want to compete in the global market. They want to compete with the other banks. Okay, the onus lies in them. They have to improve their own corporate governance norms, not just because of a regulatory body, just for their values, their ethical foundation they have come up with. I think till date, the companies with ethical values has got a long run sustainability. It's very much true. Anybody taking the shortcut way of achieving the success, they have got an easy downfall. It's a strong foundation. It's very important for individual and for an organization. So honesty and transparency can take person to pinnacle of success. So with the banking performance. With a little knowledge I have, I've shared my thoughts. Thank you very much for your valuable time. Any observation, any inputs I would like to take up from yourself also.
Preeti, I am Mallikarjunappa.
Thank you very much, sir. It's always pleasure to listen to you. I don't know
Yeah,
whether you know me or what. I have met you a couple of times, sir. Because I always adore your knowledge of finance, your
thank you.
abundant knowledge.
You. Just couple of observations.
Yes, sir.
One is, did you make an analysis whether the presence of non-executive director vis-a-vis executive non-executive chairman?
Yes, sir.
Certain banks have non-executive chairman. Certain banks do not have non-executive chairman. They have executive chairman. Does it make a difference?
So I have
whether
just
it is
gone with the numbers, the presence.
Or, okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Tell me, sir.
That is one.
Okay.
Then the other one, your coding of the independent variables is presence or absence. Disclosure 1, not disclosed 0.
Yes, sir.
And then the dependent variables we have used is the performance variables like your capital adequacy, return on assets, and also NPS.
Yes, sir.
What is the model that you have used for this? Because when you have 0 and 1 observation,
yes, sir.
The usual OLS regression does not really, of course, people are using that, but it does not really capture the entire essence of the model. What is the model you have used?
I have just gone through the correlation analysis, whether these two variables correlate with each other. Using the SPSS software, I did the correlation with the independent variable has got the relation with the dependent variable, sir. It's a descriptive analysis what I have made. And I've just correlated whether the CGDL I have calculated based on the 65 variables I have chosen with the top of dependent variables of the banking firm is concerned.
Okay. I have just one suggestion for you, because your potential looks to be very good, because your entire analysis, the way you explained it is very good.
Thank you, sir.
When you have number of variables,
yes,
sir. Which variable is to be considered becomes an important factor.
Okay.
Therefore, there are two ways of doing
yes,
it.
Sir.
One is you can try to see whether you can construct, let's say, an index.
Okay.
Index consisting of all these independent variables.
Yes, sir.
Which can capture the essence of this.
So that 65
the other suggestion
variables,
I have is,
okay, sir. Okay, sir.
You said women director. What you are saying is perfectly fine, because worldwide there are evidences that when the presence of women directors are there in the board,
yes, sir.
Consciousness is more, and then the frauds are likely to be less.
Yes, sir.
But did you, in your analysis, observe this, the presence of women director and then the absence of women director in another bank?
Yes, sir.
So you have observed this, but did you observe that with reference to the performance?
No, sir. I just made an observation with the numbers and the existence of the women director. That's a very simple analysis. Post consolidation, okay. It's the only factor I have taken, composition of the board, and it was my observation which was very highlighted. So I just took it up. I was not initially taken up that particular factor. Later on, I thought that it is very glaring that women director is not seen. So I just mentioned over there.
Okay. And then why only nationalized banks? Why did you not make comparison with, let's say, one or two private sector banks, which are very prominent private sector banks.
Yes, that will be done in my future analysis. I have initially, when I took up my thesis, I was just confined with the corporate governance, where to do the banks. Again, there was a concern with the public sector bank, like Y.V. Reddy's recommendations and all. There was a lot of articles I was going through, the research analysis. Though public sector banks has got a major concern of the corporate governance, I took the nationalized banks, sir.
Okay, fine. That's it from my side.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll inculcate your valuable suggestions and guidance, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Others must be having a lot of questions and observations because what is going on in this field?
So it's a very voluminous, I mean, the ocean of knowledge we have to gather to understand each and every content in the context. But people like you will definitely help us to improvise upon our analysis and the content and all. Definitely, I'll be sharing the future research work with you, sir, so that I take the guidance from you. Thank you very much for your valuable guidance.
Yes. Thank you.
So,
good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'm Tara Shetty from Mangalore.
Yes, madam.
Ma'am, I have one doubt regarding that disclosure of NPA. Now, I mentioned that by the corporation bank, that disclosure of NPA is comparatively less than that of other two parameters or variables, that is ROA and CAR.
Yes, madam.
My question is there any rules or regulations to increase the disclosure of NPA after merging with the Union Bank of India?
It's not the, it's the banking sector annual report data had collected, madam, related to the NPAs for 7 years. The 5 banks was chosen. Okay. NPA as it is what it exists. Then it was correlated with the CGDL. It showed a decrease in the NPA. That shows that there is a relationship which exists with the disclosure level and the NPA. As such, it shows that there is a relation. It is showing the downward trend of the NPA. That means it's good for the bank.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, another my doubt is regarding now, say for enhancing that lending, almost all the banks are giving loans by pledging, say, gold or properties documents.
Yes, madam.
Now, actually, it is again once again it is NPA, right? So, benefit to the bank comparatively less, as per my view. Now, what are the measures to reduce that NPAs in governance of the banks or by RBI? Is there, ma'am?
Yes, madam. It's another important aspect where NPAs is a burning issues in the banks. Well, the banks are there to lend. Again, proper scrutiny while lending is very important. Not like, as I told you, especially in the public sector bank, there have been pressurized to lend to the particular individuals and all. Again, there is a priority sector lending. And see, present pandemic also, many defaulters are there, unable to pay because of the pandemic. So it's like we are facing with the college also, we're not able to get back our fees. Same thing happens with the bank, they're not get back their amount. It becomes the NPAs. So suitable scrutiny of the applications is very important to reduce this NPA. That's what I feel. Despite of that, there are always the defaulters. The loan may get bad. Again, it becomes the NPA to the banks.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. And congratulations, ma'am. Your presentation was it was very well presented.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much for your feedback. It will boost our morale to even do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So, thank you very much, Professor Vedava, for giving me an opportunity, and thank the Mangalore University organizing committee members for inviting me for this particular session. Thank you all the delegates, participants. A special mention to Professor Mallikarjuna Sir for his valuable inputs. And I'm a key observer. He's been participating in all the event and giving valuable inputs for all the keynote speakers. That definitely it's a takeaway for us to learn from him, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Preeti.
Thank you. Shall I exit?
All the best.
No, ma'am, one second.
Thank you, ma'am, for all the inputs delivered by you through this talk. I request Dr. Vedava P. Associate Professor and Chairman and Organizing Secretary of the program, Department of Studies in Commerce, Mangalore University, to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Professor Vedavas, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Learned participants, so we have enjoyed this Sunday, by way of the attending, a beautiful, wonderful talk on the topic, corporate governance in nationalized banks in India. By Dr. M. Preeti, so principal, so TTL Education Institution College of Business Management, Saraswatipuram, Mysore. So definitely we can say that Madam has converted our Sunday's leisure into a pleasure by providing all of us with an insight into the various aspects of corporate governance in nationalized banks in India. So on behalf of Mangalore University, Department of Commerce, and on behalf of all of you, on my own personal behalf, I extend a wholehearted gratitude to Dr. M. Preeti, Madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the opportunity.
So it is actually an opportunity for us to hear you on this particular topic. And we are once again grateful to you for accepting to be the resource person for this particular program. Thank you once again, madam. I also take this opportunity to thank all the learned participants of this program and making this entire program a very meaningful, program. So I extend a wholehearted gratitude to all the learned participants. I also thank our, faculty members, Department of Commerce, Mangalore University, and the faculty members of all the departments of Mangalore University, for extending support. And I may fail in my duty if I don't mention the hard work, put by our own, faculty members, particularly, the technical team, led by or involving Mr. Abhinandan, Mr. Guru Raj, Mr. Jay Prashant, and also our research scholar, Mr. Naveen, and all others who have put a lot of effort, particularly in terms of technical aspects. So I thank all of them, very much for their wholehearted support. So again, finally, I thank one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Preeti, just for general information, when TTL got the first affiliation of MBA, she has exited. Preeti, you have exited? I think she has exited.
He's exited.
Yeah. Fine. Yesterday, Amitabh Anand did not come.
No, sir. No, sir.
Any one of the organizers? Amitabh Anand,
No, sir.
you are not able to get him, is that?
Yes, sir. Because of the technical issues, we could not.
Because when I logged in, Chandrasekhar was speaking. In fact, there was nobody, but then Chandrasekhar came online.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have valedictory?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Just, sir, not in.
Thank you, sir. Dear participants, now we have
Thank you.
Now we have come to an end of the morning session. Hope you all had a good time. I request you to join the next session sharp at 2 p.m. Thank you.
I request all the participants to be ready by 1:45 p.m. Thank you.
You have at 1:45 or paper presentations?
Paper presentation, sir. Paper presentation.
Okay, valedictory, what time?
3:30, sir. 3:30, sir.
Okay.
3:15, sir. Sorry, 3:15.
Who is the chief guest?
Registrar, sir. Registrar. Kishore, sir.
Okay, sure. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, one and all. I welcome you to the second session of the day. Without any further delay, let us begin with the session. I now request moderator of the session, Mrs. Rashmita Kotyan, Faculty, Department of Studies in Commerce, Mangalore University, to introduce chairperson of this session.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the last paper presentation session. We are honored to have Mr. Dr. Gunakar, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Pompai College, Aikala, as a chairperson of today's paper presentation session. Sir has obtained master's degree in MCom from Mangalore University in the year 1988. Sir also obtained MBA degree, securing first rank with 2 gold medals in the year 2004. Sir also had MPhil and PhD degree to his credit. Sir passed Karnataka Administrative Service examination and selected as Assistant Director for Youth Service and Sports. Sir started his academic career in the year 1991 and has 3 decades of rich experience in teaching and research. Sir is a member of Fish Marketing Development Committee of Coastal Development Authority, Government of Karnataka, Mangalore, and also an active member of community-based organization at village level. Sir secured first Best Paper Presenter Award in the international conference held at Annamalai University, Tamil Nadu, and national conference held at Karnataka State Open University. Sir holds various capacity at his institution, to name a few: Chief Coordinator for various schemes of UGC, Coordinator for Research and Extension Criteria of NAC, NSS Program Officer, Head of the Department of Commerce, and many more. Sir has presented and published scores of papers in edited volumes and journals of national and international repute. Sir has organized a state-level workshop for representatives of fishing communities and Karnataka government departments at Malpe, Udupi district, sponsored by the International Collective in support of Fish Works Trust, Chennai. Sir also has the credit of taking the team of fishermen community from coastal Karnataka to represent and attend a national level workshop organized by the International Collective in support of Fish Works Trust, with support from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United States on the theme National Policy on Marine Fisheries 2017 and the voluntary guidelines for securing sustainable small-scale fisheries in the context of food security and poverty eradication. The workshop was held in Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Sir, we are honored to have you with us. On behalf of Department of Commerce, Mangalore University, I extend a hearty welcome to you, sir. Sir, I request you to take over. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. So now we have to begin the paper presentation session. I think the time allotted for paper presentation is 1 hour. We have nearly 10 paper presenters. Therefore, each one may get 5 to 6 minutes to the maximum. I request all the paper presenters to concentrate on the objectives of your paper, findings, suggestions, and methodology. You need not elaborate the conceptual aspects, so try to maintain the time limit. So now I request the moderator to invite the paper presenters one by one.
First presentation is by Mr. Sachin Hebbar. I request you to start your presentation and share the PPT.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. For a second, I will share the PPT. Good afternoon, sir. Is the PPT visual?
Visible.
Visible, sir. Okay,
Yes.
fine. So good afternoon. So as far as the conference is concerned, so I had concentrated on the sub-theme called in the human resource management. I had constructed the paper on the topic, a study on the impact of remote working and well-being in COVID-19 with special reference to employees residing in rural villages of Beltangadi Taluk. So the author, myself, and the co-author is Preeti Madam. So Assistant Professor, Department of Postgraduate Studies, Research in Commerce in Mangalore University. So so initially we will know what actually is the remote work or work from home is. So remote work or work from home is a type of flexible working or an arrangement that allows an employees to work in the remote location outside the corporate office. So, as far as the corona is concerned, many of the firms has been shifted from corporate to the outside of the corporate. Say say that they have been working from home, especially when the corona pandemic is concerned. Nearly in the throughout the globe, IT employees are the main part of an economy. They were working continuously. Say when other part of industry is concerned, say after the lockdown, they initially half by half they started again migrating to the office. So, but till now, the IT employees, they are still in the rural villages and they are been continuously working and supporting the uh, economy to progress. So this is with regard to the introduction is concerned. So for the purpose of this study, I had reviewed some of the literature reviews with regard to the some of the uh, literature which is being published in many magazines, so even in the journals. So first one is with regard to Marwick F. Floor. They had been conducted with regard to the understanding the challenges of remote working and its impact to the remote workers. So based on my title itself, many people who have published their articles, based on their review, I had constructed my paper. So as like nearly I had reviewed nearly 7 to 8 articles, and now when my paper is concerned, I had constructed these objectives to assess the willingness of IT employees to work remotely or work from home. So it is the first objective which I had set. Why? Because even in the pandemic and even after the pandemic, many people are willing to work from home. The main reason is because the one major thing is they in the Bangalore is concerned. Initially, what have happened is they are morally highly they have been put it on the transportation. So as far as this work from home or the remote working is concerned, they are getting more time to spend with their along with their dependents. So one is that, and willingness to work from home is a second willingness with concern to the IT employees. And the second objective is to know the opinion of our respondents towards the remote working and work from home. So with this objective is concerned, whether they are highly motivated to work remotely. And one more thing is that with regard to the on floor working in office and off floor working in remotely, so which is better, to find out which is better. So second objective I had constructed based on that. And the third objective is to study remote working behavior in COVID-19. So as my paper is concerned with regard to the COVID itself, I mean COVID remote working. So how the working behavior, say when COVID-19 has been arised, everyone has put into the inside the four walls. So even how when the some discrepancy happens, how the employees were tackling. So how the employees were tackling those issues. So on the basis of this, I had constructed this objective. And next we will next with concern to the research methodology. This study has been conducted with regard to the 50 respondents, where they were working in the Beltangadi villages, which is concerned with the semi-rural and even with regard to the rural villages. So with regard to it, I had randomly selected the 50 responses, and I had conducted the research. So by circulating the questionnaires to these 50 respondents, and I had collected the responses. So based on this, with two construction method, I had collected the data. One is with regard to the primary data, and the second one is with regard to the secondary data. So primary data, by administering the questionnaire, structured questionnaire, I had circulated to the respondents. So even the respondents, 50 randomly selected respondents, and the second one is with regard to the for the literature review and for the basic introduction, what actually it is, and I had collected some of the information through the journals. So as far as the as I had constructed the questionnaire and I had circulated, so based on that, some analysis I had done. So analysis as done by constructing the questionnaires. So in that 50 respondents, those 50 respondents has been randomly selected, and in that 50 respondents, 33 respondents were male employees and 17 respondents are female employees. So in that, out of that 50 respondents, 45 respondents said that 45 respondents, they are coming under a as per as the experience is concerned, they are 45 respondents are within the 15 years. Say I had constructed like 0 to 5 years of experience and 5 to 15. So 45 respondents are within the criteria of this. So the next is with regard to the productivity is concerned, where it allocates the second objective. So with regard to the second objective, the productivity is concerned. So with regard to the productivity, 70% of the respondents said that by working remotely or by work from home, 70% of the respondents has been agreed that the productivity has been increased in remote working. So the next is with regard to the last question in the questionnaire I had constructed with regard to the implementation of remote working or work from home post-COVID. Say after the COVID, when the things get normalized, what with regard to the remote working? So what's your response? So out of say 100, if we take 72% of the respondents as willing and highly recommend that the remote working or the work from home must be implemented. So these are the analysis with 14 question. I had scrutinized that, and I had put nearly 6, and I had done with regard to the 4 analysis. So the next major findings of my questionnaires and the interpretation was that from the study, it is clear that remote working is an effective in terms of productivity and convenience of the working. Say how I found is with regard to the questionnaire, I had put the question that in what way the convincing or with regard to the productivity, remote working was helpful. Say with routine work without any hurdles, whether it was utilizing well or the remote working was with the productive one, or with regard to the remote working was consistently in progress. Say when interior is concerned, signals may lag. So in terms of that, when the question has been put in front of them, they had said that no, it is well established as far as the digitalization is concerned. It has been well established even in the rural villages without any hurdle of a network. So it was possible to carry on work with the routine with the single flow. So there was no breakage of signal as such. So in between, if the as far as now present rainy season is concerned, if it rains heavily, somewhere for a couple of hours, the signal may break down. So as far as that is concerned, remaining all the things were well good. So progress was well nice. So the next finding was, due to the digitalization, even the employees residing in the rural area can be worked. So they have suggested that even we, as far as the expenditure has been concerned, it has been decreased. So as per as their responses. And one more thing that they have said that even in the after when we migrated from the cities or urban area, when we had migrated to the rural area, they had said that we have been feeling really wonderful to work in the nature, in mid of the nature, right? Say as and one more thing, that even through the digitalization, it has been proved again and again, it is been proving that even in the rural area, even in the rural areas, employees can work, and even the employees can reside. And one who gets appointed in the IT companies, even he can go for work from home, and even he can reside in the rural area and he can work for a company. And the third finding I had said, employees will get time to spend with their dependents along with the office work. So when I had put the question in front of them, by remote working, say in the remote working, it is meant that they need to work addition for 2 to 3 hours. Say normal working is 9 hours. So along with that 9 hours, they need to work for 3 extra hours in the remote working. So when I put that question, so they had nearly 80% of the respondents has said that even though we work for 12 hours or 13 hours, we are happy that we will get a time to spend with our dependents, and also we can manage our residential work. Say residential work in the sense, whatever the preliminary work in the home we need to do, that can also be done. So along with that, office work can also be done. So as far as my questionnaire is being constructed, whatever the response they have responded, so based on that, I had erased these findings, and I had mentioned these major highly concentrated findings based on their responses. So the conclusion to be concluded as far as my topic is concerned. So remote working, based on their questionnaires and based on their answers and based on my interpretation, what I have done on the basis of their response. So I had constructed the conclusion where the remote working or work from home could be the next better potential practices in the IT companies. So remote working has helped many individuals to spend their time along with their dependents, and also help them to carry down their office work. So when the COVID has been come, the health issues will be the high priority. So when they are migrated from office on floor to the off floor working, so the health wise is concerned. So remote working and remote working or work from home has helped them to help them to maintain a better health in the pandemic. As an improvement of digitalization, work made easy for many employees, and suggested that remote working or work from home is highly potential in the upcoming professional practice. So this is my paper, and thank you for the opportunity, and now it is open for the question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sachin. Is there any question from the participants? Next paper presenter.
Thank you, sir.
Next presentation by Vishu Jain and Dr. Neelam Jain. Please start with your presentation and share your PPT.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Wait a minute. Is my screen visible?
Ma'am?
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yeah, visible.
Okay, thank you.
So kindly adhere to the time limit.
Yes, sir. I'll try my best. Very good afternoon to all of you. I, Vishu Jain, research scholar, along with Professor Neelam Jain from Maharshi Dayanand University, Rohtak, Haryana, is presenting the paper on the topic Unified Payment Interface, that is UPI, a rising digital payment platform. The paper focuses on UPI, a modern-age digital payment mode introduced by NPCI, National Payment Corporation of India. UPI is a mobile-centered real-time interbank payment system that has the potential to transform and universalize digital payments in India. UPI has proven to be the most significant digital payment platform, which is providing a great number of opportunities for both the seller and buyers by providing it to be the most cost-effective, prompt, secure, and easy-to-use digital payment mode. The objectives of my paper is to understand the concept of UPI, to study the value addition that UPI brings with respect to the existing digital payment systems, and to study in detail the contribution made by UPI in driving India towards cashless economy. India is predominantly a cash-driven economy. High dependence on cash brings its own set of problems of production, storage, and cash management cost of currency notes, use of fake currency, etc. Reserve Bank of India has taken systematic steps to promote digital payments in India and created NPCI as an umbrella organization to develop low-cost retail payment systems. In August 2016, NPI launched Unified Payment Interface, a next-generation mobile payment system which enables real-time bank payments. UPI is currently in its infancy stage, and development of merchant-centric UPI solution will greatly increase the user adoption. UPI can help bring a large part of the population within the ambit of digital economy and can be a great tool for financial inclusion in India. Improvements in UPI over existing payment systems, these are as follows. The first one is, it is a pull-based mobile transaction in which the customer as well as merchant both can initiate the transactions. It is an abstraction of bank details. There is no need to share any sensitive bank details like account number to make a transaction. Users can create their unique virtual payment address, which serve as their unique identity to make or receive payments. Safety with one-click two-factor authentication. UPI enables transactions with single click in which the customer just needs to enter the mobile PIN on the phone number to make a transaction. This is unlike the existing payment systems where you have to enter the card details, usernames, passwords, OTPs, etc. on third-party devices or websites to make a transaction. It is a mobile-first approach. With UPI, there is no need to create the consumer-side hardware infrastructure to enable digital payments. In India, almost every adult has a bank account and a mobile phone. UPI uses this ubiquitous relationship to enable universal digital payments in India. Other payment systems like e-wallets work in their own silos. The payer and the payee need to be on the same platform to transact. In UPI, only the payment address of the beneficiary is required and the amount is credited into the bank account. To transact in e-wallets, users needs to preload the money into the wallet accounts, which means their money got stuck in the wallet account till it is again redeemed back into the accounts. While in UPI, there is no need to preload any wallet. Money is directly debited from the bank account of the payer and credited into the bank account of the payer. Impact of UPI on payment industry. UPI has witnessed rapid growth since its launch in August 2016 in terms of number of users, volume, and value of transactions. Total value of transactions on UPI has grown 82% month on month since its launch, with total transacted amount of rupees 227 billion till August 2017. The monthly value of transaction on UPI has already overtaken monthly transaction of all e-wallets put together in India. The value of transaction on UPI is currently as less as compared to value of credit and debit cards transactions, which constitute about 2,700 billion per month. But UPI is growing at a much faster rate. Impact on payments in physical world. With UPI, merchants do not require expensive POS point of sale machines. To collect digital payments through cards, a merchant will be able to display a unique UPI QR code, which the customer can scan with mobile phone and make the payment with the amount being credited instantly into merchant's bank account. Impact of UPI on online payments. Currently, majority of online transactions are enabled by payment gateways with debit, credit cards, net banking being the primary modes of payment. Users are required to input all the sensitive details, including card numbers, CVV, net banking, usernames, and passwords. This makes digital payments vulnerable to data leaks and frauds. With UPI, customers need not to provide any information. A customer can simply scan a QR code displayed on the website using a mobile phone, and payment can be completed in seconds. Impact of UPI on business. Apart from being the most cost-effective, fast, and seamless payment method, UPI enables digital payments for an entire spectrum of business, both for brick and mortar and online merchants. For physical businesses, each employee can be unable to collect digital payments since there is no need of any POS machine. Each employee can be provided a unique UPI ID and QR code, which the employees can present to the customers to collect payments. Another important use for business can be able to enable payment at the time of delivery. In India, there is a large prevalence of cash on delivery. Almost 60% of e-commerce sales happen with cash payment being made at the time of delivery. Such
Vishnu Jain,
payments can
kindly conclude the paper.
Okay, sir. UPI has enabled mobile phone to be used as primary payment device for making and accepting payments. UPI enables even the small merchants to start accepting digital payments without the need for any POS machine. UPI has done away with the need to know the complicated payment details of the transacting parties, which makes payment easy and seamless. In the end, I can say that compared to all other payment systems, it not would be misplaced to say that UPI is the most advanced payment system in the world, and every country can rely on it for making their economy a cash economy. Thank you so much. Sir, I have done.
Thank you. Vishnu
Yes,
Jain,
sir.
what's the
Yes, sir.
research methodology followed by you in preparing the paper?
Sir, it's a conceptual paper. Actually, I've just started my PhD work, sir, so I don't know much about the analysis yet. So I have tried my best to present a conceptual paper, kind of descriptive type on
Based
this.
on secondary data.
You can say that. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Next paper presenter.
Good afternoon, sir.
Next paper presented by Priya and Dr. Sonia. I request you to start with your presentation and share the PPT.
Yes, I hope my screen is visible to you and I am audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, first of all, I research scholar from Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak. I have two co-authors with me, Dr. Sonia and Dr. Garima Dalal. And my topic is experiencing impulse purchase. And my study aims to understand the concept of impulse buying, what is impulse buying, how it has been defined by different researchers, and my research design is descriptive. It is completely based on the literature review, based on theory given by different researchers. There is no analytical part in this. It is conceptual, and the findings of research will be helpful to many researchers, retailers, marketers, as they can get a broad overview over the concept of impulse buying behavior of consumers. Okay, if we talk about its introductory part, the studies from 70s, there are different researchers who said that almost 30 to 50% of all buying which consumers do is impulsive. Studies in 80s well proved that impulsive buying behavior is a fact of life. All consumers have made an impulsive purchase at least once in their life, while 9 out of 10 shoppers occasionally buy on impulsive. Countries at the top of impulsive spending and early adoption list included China, India, and Indonesia. It is an inescapable aspect of consumer life in the Western world. spreading with no specific border set on the east. So can we say impulse buying is just an unplanned shopping or more than that? When consumers come out of stores with the product they had not thought of buying before entering the stores, this is an example of impulse buying. But we can't say just this spur of the moment behavior is impulse buying. In earlier studies, some authors defined impulse buying as unplanned buying. Lately, many researchers came out with a broader perspective. So, objectives of the study are to study the different meanings of impulse buying given by different researchers over the years. Next, to know the reasons that cause consumers to buy impulsively. So, different authors focused on variety of dimensions in the definitions proposed by them. They are explained as below. First of all, unplanned purchasing. Many of the researchers in the beginning said that impulse buying is unplanned buying. So, this concept was very central to all definitions of impulse purchasing. The definition given by Angel, Collett, and Blackwell in 1968. He said that a buying action undertaken without a problem having been previously recognized or a buying intention formed prior to entering the store is unplanned purchase or simply impulse purchase. Then some more authors came up and said impulse buying includes one more dimension, which is exposure to stimulus. So, two authors, namely Applebaum in 1951 and Stern 1962, included exposure to stimulus in their formulation of an impulse purchase. Second, impulse purchasing may occur as a result of marketers' environmental manipulations as a stimulus. It can be a point of purchase or end easel displays or shelf and product positioning, etc. Finally, one more author in 1985, Herkman, said that autistic stimulation can be a part of impulse purchasing. It can be a stimulus, but it is consumer generated. So we can say stimulus can be marketer generated or consumer generated. Then the third dimension included in impulse purchase by different authors is on the spot. On the spot means it involves time and location of the purchase. While earlier research identified the location element in the definition of impulse purchasing by Angel in 1968, then some more authors came up and said it must include both location and time elements of purchase. So one more author came up and said, which is Settle and Albrecht in 1986, that the
Kindly concentrate on the findings of your study and conclude.
Okay, sir. Okay, if I conclude my research, I can say that impulse purchase is not just out of list shopping or unintended purchase behavior. It has many other dimensions previously being ignored in early years of its development that have been highlighted by other researchers. As we understood that psychological nature of customers, their access to the product or service, self-control, role of stimulus, etc., affect their impulsive purchase behavior. Besides, it is clear that impulse buying can be planned impulse buying. There is also significance of emotions in impulse buying. Consumers may feel change in their feelings after impulse buying. They shop impulsively to be happy and they may feel regretful or satisfied after impulse purchase. So, the phenomena of impulse buying is multidimensional. This study tried to throw light on some of the important dimensions, so this will help researchers and marketers to keep such aspects in mind for inducing the culture of impulse buying among consumers. So this was all.
Thank you, Priya.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any question from the participants? Next paper present.
Next presentation by Gauri M. Shenoy. Please start with your presentation and share the PPT.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, can you see my presentation?
No.
Sir, now can you see my presentation?
Yeah, now we can. So kindly concentrate on the objectives, findings, methodology, and suggestions. Don't explain the conceptual aspects.
Okay. Sir. Yeah. This is my presentation, sir, and this is my paper. The title of my paper, Student Discernment Towards Ethics and CSR, a study with reference. Ma'am?
Please maximize your PPT.
Yeah, that's what in the college we are not using this Cisco WebEx. I'm not getting it how to maximize. Please, could you guide me?
Ma'am, in the right side corner.
Yeah.
Maximize.
Maximize option is there.
Minimize, maximize.
Yeah, on my PPT, it is not coming. Yeah, wait, one minute. Yeah, now, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, other paper presenters. This is the topic for today's my paper presentation, that is Student Discernment Towards Ethics and CSR, a study with reference to Udupi city. Sir, this is a paper purely on secondary data. Some 2-3 slides or 2-3 paragraphs I have used of primary data. That is, this is the introduction of my paper. That is, ethics is being interrupted differently in different situations. The standard of behavior practiced throughout their life depicts how human beings respond to many situations when they interact with other persons. Ethics should be inculcated among the students through educational framework, as they are the important part of the society, tomorrow's nation builders. This is the introduction of my paper. Essentials of ethics and values. The spontaneous changes in technological world have posed many challenges in the global area. But today, all the children have immense power of observation and feelings are deep-rooted. They always notice their parents at home and teachers in their school. They are highly sensitive. The objectives of the study. The primary objectives of the study is to explore various innovative technologies used in educational institutions to enhance the ethical conduct of the students, to understand the students' perception towards ethics in college life, to understand the impact of innovative methods on ethical behavior of the students, to know if innovative technologies have contributed in generating socially responsible individuals, to provide suggestions for improving ethical standards, especially among the students, because students are the important nation builders. Statement of my prop. That is, in current scenario, society demands socially responsible individuals to balance the healthy atmosphere. The study focuses on the importance of value-based education to transform the students to socially responsible individuals. Methodology, both primary and secondary data are used for the study. That is, 150 questionnaires were distributed to the students among and in and around Udupi city, in the colleges of the Udupi city. It helps with table, charts, and graphs to meet the objectives of the study. Next, limitations. Time constraint, obviously. Studies confined to the colleges located within the Udupi city. Probability of biased sometimes information from the students. Literature review. I will just skip this. Sir, can I skip the literature review?
Yeah, you need not.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. These are major findings of my study, where in next 4-5 slides, I have included what type of questions I have asked. That is the first question, representing the gender of the respondents. That is interpretation. The above chart, that is the chart picture I have not included, sir, in my PPT. That it shows 66.7% respondents are female and remaining are male, representing the value of students in or representing the value of ethics in student life. 98.7% of the students opined that ethics is very important, so that is a good score. 1.3% found that ethics, so that is negligible. So we can tell that 99% of our students are telling that, or they are knowing the value of ethics in student life. So that's very good. Representing the response of respondents aware of code of conduct laid down by the institution. 52.6% of the respondents partially aware, and 40% that they are not aware of this. 9% are still not aware of the code of conduct at all. So we can tell that only half of the population of student population is knowing about the code of conduct followed in the institution. Next, laid down by the institution. I think that thing is repeated. Okay, next, representing the response of students for missing a class or exam. 50% of the responsible have agreed that they have never given a false reason for missing a class. Only 50% have agreed, and 44.9% have agreed they occasionally gave false reasons. That is, 50% of the students are telling that if they miss any classes, they are not giving any false reasons. And I think whomever respondents I have collected, they have given the exact data. That is 5.1% of the respondents acknowledge that they have given some false reason, representing the response of the students towards copying during the exams. 67% of the respondents told that they have never tried to copy during the examination, and 28.2% agreed that sometimes they have tried to copy. Yeah, next. Response of the students getting caught under malpractice during the examination. 89% of the students opined that they are never caught under malpractice. So that's a good score. 12% of the students, that is 11.5% of the respondents were caught under malpractice, representing the response of the students following rules of examination after they are getting caught. That is 77.5% of the respondents who were caught under malpractice agreed that they have learned from their mistakes, and 23% they don't have any impact. Okay, so I think so the first reason okay, next. Response of the students for indulging in any indisciplinary activities inside the college premises. That is majority. That is from a 12%, if you minus it will come nearly 88% of the students are telling that they have not indulged in any indisciplinary actions, and 11.5% have responded negatively, representing the response of the respondents on the activities they have indulged. 58% of the students are telling that indulged in indisciplinary actions that in the college and disrespect to others, and 42.1% of the respondents have agreed that they have broken the rules in the college. So that's that. Response for misusing college properties. That is overwhelming majority that they have never they have not, or we can use the word that they have never misused. So majority of the students are following ethical code in the college. That's what we have to be happy about. And 93% of the students think that value-based education is beneficial at the college level. Okay, next. Response of the respondents on the role of innovative technology or technique to control the discipline of the students. 63% have accepted that innovative techniques followed in their colleges have positive effect on their behavior, and 37% have said that there is no effect on their behavior, which is very sad. Then The response of the respondents about various techniques implemented in the college, that is, whether it is from the point of view of attendance. 41% of the respondents told that colleges have set a minimum attendance to the class. Okay. Next, innovative techniques which have mostly affected their behavior. Okay. Next, response of the respondents on social responsibility of their institution. Majority of the respondents believe that their college is socially responsible, and only 4%, that's a negligible percentage of the students, are in belief that they are where social responsibility of their institution is little bit bad. Okay. Next, then respondents on benefits of taking part in such activities to their life. That is, more than 92% of the respondents have responded that activities conducted in their college have given them added value to their life.
Kindly concentrate on main findings.
Okay, sir. Yeah. This is the main. This is. I have put 150 questions, sir. In that,
but there is a time limit, no.
Okay, sir. Sorry, sir. Sorry. Yeah. This is my last slide, sir. Last but one, and then I've got suggestion. Response of respondents to know the necessity of extension activities in their curriculum, which is very much important. Large percentage of respondents accepted that inclusion of extension activities in the curriculum is very much necessary. So that's a good news. So next, where I have summed up with the findings, that is, I've got suggestions with me, that is, students should be made aware of code of conduct laid down by the colleges, which is printed in the prospectus, college notice board, or college calendar. Some of the innovative techniques like parent login should be encouraged to increase the regularity and preventing the students from false reason for missing classes. To install CC camera, which is compulsory now within the classroom, to avoid students copying during the exams or to avoid indisciplinary actions. The last but not the least, that is, value-based education should be provided or can be provided to the students through guest lectures and value-based education courses. Conclusion of my study, that is, the outcome of the study deduces the value-based education integrated with innovative technique has just not contributed in elevating the ethical standards of the students alone, but been a noble cause in producing socially responsible citizens. The tremendous and the rapid growth of technology posed a lot of major challenges to both parents and educational institutions in molding the overall development of an individual. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
And
Madam,
thank you, Mangalore University, for.
Madam, which are all the innovative techniques used to enhance the ethical behavior of the students? Can you tell me?
Yeah, we can install CC cameras, innovative techniques in the class. That's it. Then whatever it is, we can give some value-based education. We can conduct some seminars, and we can encourage. And we have NSS, and we have NCC in the college. We can increase the extension activities in the colleges so that it is now only we have added that in the syllabus, and we are not giving them voluntarily. We are just telling them that there is some marks, but whatever it is included extension activities through extension activities, and by installing CC cameras. Then what is that? They can participate in a lot of extracurricular activities. Yeah, and we can take them to those industries where all this we should take all these students to those industries which are always socially responsible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next paper presenter.
Next presentation by Sheikh Sadiq, Suchita Shetty, and Rajat Shetty. Please start with your presentation and share the PPT.
Yes, sir. Very good afternoon to everyone. Is my screen is visible?
No.
Hello. Yeah, now it's visible.
Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, we chosen a subtopic, subtheme of impact, subtheme of human resource management and development. In that, we have chosen a topic of impact of pandemic on human resource management and development. The paper was prepared by 3 authors, namely myself, Sheikh Sadiq S, Suchita Shetty, and Rajat Yogi Shetty, Alwas students of Alwas College, Mudbidre. While moving further, talking about the introduction of the paper, we all know that human resource management is an important aspect in the development of every corporate or the organization, because a workforce is a workforce which gives an efficiency or the effectiveness to the organization. Pandemic has its more impact on tourism sector over past 2 years, that is 2020 and 21. We have know that past 2 years have been identified as the years of pandemic, where most affected area in the areas are tourism sector. In this study,
concentrate on your findings and suggestions.
Yes, sir. The slides are only limited because I concentrated on only 5 minutes, so it will end in within 5 minutes. Yeah, the study shows. Okay. Can I continue, sir?
No, continue.
The study shows the impact of COVID-19 on most reputed tourism company in the India, that is MakeMyTrip.com. We have know that MakeMyTrip.com is the most reputed tourism company where customer can log in and book flight tickets or any other tickets, and it's convenient to them. In this study, we are showing that comparison of human resource management and development of MakeMyTrip.com before and after pandemic. While moving towards objectives of the study are comparison between human resource management and development of the organization before and after pandemic. Second one is to measure employee satisfaction after the crisis. And third objective is to recognize workload of the employees. And fourth objective is to measure the effectiveness and efficiency of the organization. Methodology. The entire study is based on secondary data. Data is collected from published sources and as well as on the website on the internet. Data is collected from published sources like newspapers, articles, blogs, and magazines. All the references used in the paper are given at the end of the paper. Analysis of the data. By giving an analysis for the data collected, we have given a bar graph where the x-axis shows the number of years over the past years, the comparison between past few years, and the y-axis shows the annual growth rate and the number of employees recruited into the organization called MakeMyTrip.com. We can see that in the graph, in the year 2016, there are almost 2,000 employees are recruited into the organization, and compared to 2017, it's about 4,000, and the graph is irregular, where 2018 shows about 3,000 employees are recruited, and 2019 it shows like about 3,000, and so that the graph showing the recruitment of the employees into the organization as per years are the irregular graph, and the annual growth rate of the organization is 2, while in the pandemic year like 2020 and 21, it's like in the negative form, as the organization has most effect of pandemic on it. Next, moving towards the findings and the conclusion, we have found from data from the internet, we have got that because of impact of pandemic, the organization have laid out employment of more than 350 employees due to pandemic. As to recover the loss due to pandemic, the organization has laid off 350 employees in the organization, and most mainly is salary cut off of the employees of the organization from March 2020. As comparing to the year 2020, the organization had made salary cut in the organization, employees of the organization. According to the studies, CEO and owner of the organization worked for months without salary due to the crisis. Had to recover the loss due to COVID. The CEO of the organization and the owner of the organization worked for months in the past months for without salary, bringing of work from home system and giving flexibility to employees. we can say that work from home system can be said as a positive for the employees, as they will get a flexibility to work, and it may be a somewhat negative impact for the organization, as when employees are working in the organization, there will be a work environment, so that it can lead to a performance increase in the organization. But in the work from home system, there will be a friendly environment to the employees, where employees work. It can lead to a somewhat negative impact for the organization performance. At last, conclusions is that from the data collected, we can assume that COVID crisis has a major impact on tourism sector. According to that data, the tourism sector is recovering from the crisis. As per the MakeMyTrip.com, also recovering from the COVID crisis.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Next paper presenter.
Next presentation by Hiba Fatima, Menas and Saujanya Arbut. Please start with your presentation and share your PPT.
Sure, ma'am. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
No.
No.
I'm sorry, a moment. I'd like to ask my co-author to present the screen. I'm having some issues with presenting.
Moderator, you can call the next presenter. By that time, she can get ready.
Next presentation by Prithvi M. Please start with your presentation and share the PPT.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Am I audible? Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Quick.
Yes, sir. Just one. Is my PPT visible, sir?
No, no.
Is it visible, sir, now?
No. Now it's visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Concentrate on your findings and suggestions.
Yes, sir, because it's not a full descriptive and a secondary based paper, sir. Good afternoon, sir, and good evening. Good evening, everyone. What is it? What should I... My paper is on CSR in India, a comparative study of public and private sector bank. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible.
Organizations are social unit of people that are formed for achievement of goal. Organizations are not self-contained. They also depend on environment for resources like labor, raw materials, and funds. Earlier, the focus of corporates was only to maximize profit and to improve shareholder value. Milton Friedman, he was of the view that social responsibility of the corporates is only to maximize profit, and when corporates focus on maximizing profit, society benefits most. But today that is not actually fully true. Corporates also have realized that they need to give back to the society from which they derive resources, and they need to behave in a responsible manner. Robin and Coulter, they also had a contrast opinion to Friedman's. The concept of CSR, it highlights on the relationship that exists between corporates and societies, and the obligations, responsibilities that is part of these relationship. Now, Peter Drucker, one of the pioneers of management, he has also said that companies also have a social dimension along with economic goal. So when we are talking about CSR in India, we can say it can be classified into 4 phases. In the first phase, you see.
Kindly focus on your findings.
Okay, sir. So when we are talking about CSR in India, it can be classified into 4 phases.
No, you need not tell about all such things.
Okay, sir. So here, the methodology adopted is descriptive in nature. The objective of the study is to understand the concept of CSR, to study and understand CSR practices of selected public and private sector banks, to determine the amount of profit spent by the banks, that is SBI and HDFC on CSR. So for the purpose of the study, I have taken 2 banks, that is one from private sector and one from public sector, that were listed in BSE and NSE. Has on 26 August 2021. The study is confined to topmost public sector banks SBI and topmost private sector bank HDFC in India. Study period, it includes 5 years from 2017 to 2021. It is a study is based on secondary data. The annual reports of the banks were taken into consideration. Now, if we see the mission related to CSR practices, SBI wants to bring about sustainable improvement in the lives of citizens of the country with focus on socially and economically disadvantaged communities. HDFC wants to contribute to the social and economic development of the community. So the focus area of SBI for CSR, it mostly concentrates on healthcare, education, skill development, livelihood creation, environment protection, culture, sports and others, protection of national heritage, and also empowerment of women, youth and senior citizens. So these are the focus area of SBI. Now coming to focus area of HDFC for CSR, it has activities related to promoting education, skill training and livelihood enhancement, healthcare, environmental sustainability, eradicating poverty, rural development. These are the focus areas. Now this is related to profit after tax and CSR expenditure. So coming to total CSR expenditure of SBI, we can see that in the year 2016-17, 109.82 crore has been spent. If you see, it is more than the budget. So when it comes to CSR budgeting, according to the RBI guidelines, it says that in case of SBI and banks, they can spend up to 1% of the previous year's published net profit. That can be taken as the budget for a CSR expenditure. But in case we see the table, that we can see that the expenditure, CSR expenditure, in most of the cases, it is more than the budgeted expenditure. So this is about the total CSR expenditure of SBI. Now total CSR expenditure of HDFC. So here 2016-17, we can see there is a CSR expenditure of 305.42, and 2017-18 it is 374 crore. 18-19 it is 443.8 crore, and 19-20 it is 535 crore, and 2021 it is 634.91 crore. So if you look at this table, we can see that there is increasing trend of CSR expenditure. So that is something that is something that we feel need to feel happy about. The corporate, the banks are also very they are ready to spend on CSR activities. So when it comes to HDFC, when we see the budgeted expenditure, it shows that 2% of the average net profit of the last 3 financial year, that is taken as a base. But if you see,
kindly conclude.
Yeah. So the cumulative expenditure by HDFC for promotion of education, it has incurred 218 crore, skill development, vocational training 131 crore, preventive and curative healthcare 131 crore, environmental sustainability 4.37 crore, eradicating poverty 73.97 crore, and rural development 1463.67 crore has been spent till now up to 2018-19. The National Voluntary Guidelines on Social, Environmental and Economic Responsibilities of Business given by Ministry of Corporate Affairs 2011, it has come out with 9 principles and the notification issued by the Reserve Bank of India on December 20, 2007, we can say these have been the guidelines for CSR activities of the banks.
Kindly conclude.
Okay. Banks are barometer of nation's development. They are part of society, so they cannot live in isolation. For survival and sustainability, their social acceptance is very important. In this context, the CSR of the banks has become very important. It is mandatory that banks also, along with other corporate, need to do CSR activities. Today, many public and private sector banks are performing their CSR role and contributing to sustainable development. Yeah, that's also.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Stop sharing.
Next paper presenter.
Fatima, are you ready with your PPT?
Yes, ma'am.
Start with your presentation.
Ma'am, is the presentation visible?
No. No.
Ma'am, now?
If you're still facing the technical problem, you can share the PPT to the chat box and
Yeah, just a moment.
the email.
Yeah, sure. Ma'am, you can proceed with the next participant. I apologize for the delay. I'll do it next.
Okay. Next paper presented by Vandana Shenoy. Please start with your presentation and share your PPT. Hiba Fatima, your presentation is visible now. You can start with your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. I'll start with the presentation. My name is Saujanya R. Bhatt, and my co-authors are Hiba, Fatima, and Mehnaz. And our topic for today is a study on the contemporary promotional issues faced by the hospitality sector. I'll try to move as fast as possible. So first of all, the introduction of this whole thing is the hospitality sector in India is one of the largest service sectors in India, and it is considered to be an industry with wide potential for growth. But as we all know, this industry was one of the worst hit industries by the COVID-19 pandemic. So 2020 was one of the most disastrous years for all the industries, and all industries have suffered massive losses. And the hospitality industry too has suffered in terms of revenue and supply and decreased demand. Now, the objectives of our study are, one is to assess the effects of COVID-19 on the promotional activities in the hospitality sector. And we also tried to understand the changing scope and scenario of how promotion basically works in the pandemic stage. And we have thrown some light onto the research and development aspect as to how it can create some promotional propagandas for this sector. And we have also taken the Taj Hotels, which is one of the very leading chains of hotels, to check how they have worked out some promotional strategies in this pandemic crisis. So next, regarding the methodology of this paper, so this research paper is based on secondary data, and this data has been obtained from various published sources, journals, and verified websites, which is present in the internet. And using the secondary data, this paper, it basically tries to analyze the current scenario of the promotional activities and its impact on the hospitality sector.
Madam,
So,
kindly concentrate on main findings. You need not tell all the findings now because we are running short of time.
Yes, sure, sir. First of all, under the analysis and findings part, so we have focused on one of the prevalent promotional practices which is present in this sector. So as we know, there is many promotional strategies like personal selling, advertising, sales promotion, publicity, as well as public relations. And this particular promotional practices have been followed from very long ago. But after the COVID-19 changes, certain promotional practices, have taken a backbench because of the social distancing norms and the travel restrictions which have been applied. And the promotional issues in the hospitality sector is basically due to lack of funds. So we know that during the COVID-19, the hospitality industry has faced severe repercussions and challenges like mass cancellation of bookings and accommodations, leading to vacancies due to decreased demand, revenue, as well as supply. And we also have seen that there have been many cash and working capital issues, and this has not only forced the industries to temporarily close down, but it has also forced the hospitality industry to also permanently shut down their activities. And with the decline in this revenue of the industry, there is lack of funds. Lack of funds means basically there will be no trouble in initiating any promotional activities. And even amidst the pandemic, the competition which this particular hospitality industry faces is huge. So I have, according to this paper has focused on one finding is that this is the time that, this industry can focus on research and development, which is absolutely the need of the hour. So research and development in this sector can be market analysis of preferences of both existing customers as well as how to generate and attract new customers. And this can be done by current and former guest interactions and many unique steps.
Kindly conclude.
Okay, so the conclusion of this paper is basically that hospitality industry has always been considered an ever-growing industry, but contemporary issues like the competition as well as COVID-19 pandemic, has given the industry many losses in terms of revenue, supply, and decreased demand. So this paper basically mainly focuses on how successful promotional strategies as well as sufficient focus on R&D can increase the adaptability of this industry to the huge changes that are happening in and around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Moderator, do you have sufficient time to complete the remaining papers?
Yes.
The next paper presenter.
Next paper presented by Sharmina. You can start with your presentation and share the PPT.
Sharmila. Kindly speed up your presentation. Sharmina.
Sharmina? Sharmina, your voice is not audible.
Moderator, do you have sufficient time to complete the remaining papers?
This is an last paper, sir.
This last paper? Okay.
Yes, sir.
There is some problem, it seems. Why they are not presenting the paper?
They did not made unmute, sir.
Uh-huh.
They are still in the mute, I guess.
Sharmina? Yeah.
So
I
now,
shared the PPT. Yeah, audible. Yeah.
Start your presentation, Sharmina. You are audible now. Hello?
Sharmina?
Sir, my voice is audible now?
Audible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we shared the
Audible now, sir.
PPT. Yeah.
Sorry for the delay, sir.
Okay, continue.
Sir. Good afternoon, all. I'm Sharmina. Okay, sir. Good afternoon, all. I'm Sharmina, and my co-author is Sankirtan R. from Department of Commerce, Mangalore University, Mangalore College. Our paper title is about contribution of corporate social responsibility towards upliftment of society during COVID-19 pandemic. We all know that India is going through a worse situation that it have ever gone through. On 30th January 2020, the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a pandemic of public health emergency of international importance. Social distancing was the only weapon that can stop the spread of this deadly virus. In order to stop the spread of coronavirus, central and state government announced lockdown throughout of the country. Here comes the significance of CSR. Coping up with the pandemic and its horrible consequences, many corporates came forward and tried their level best to support government towards fighting COVID-19. CSR is a self-regulating business model which helps the company to be socially accountable to itself, its stakeholders, and the public. The main objective of the study is mainly concentrated on the role of CSR during COVID-19 pandemic and how it helped the country. Sir, kindly can you share objective slides, sir? Second main objective of the study was changes and amendment taken place in CSR Act. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Continue, please.
Okay. Next one is methodology. Descriptive study was carried out. Study is mainly based on secondary data which are available in magazines, news articles, company website, and government notices. Result and findings are mainly based on 10 Indian companies which have donated large sum to the PM Care Fund. Next slide shows the table. In this slide, the table shows the contribution of top 10 Indian companies towards COVID relief fund, which have contributed toward COVID relief fund in crores and other contribution made by these 10 companies. These are the top 5 companies, and next slide will show the remaining 5 companies which I have taken for the study. Apart from these contributions, the company also contributed towards other CSR activities during COVID-19 pandemics, like providing healthcare support, awareness campaign regarding importance of social distancing and vaccination, providing food security and other facility, eradication of hunger, poverty, providing fresh water, sanitization, maintaining hygiene, supporting children's education by providing mobile TV, other gadgets, and resolving network issue and other issues related to study. Apart all this, by studying all these factors, I have come to a findings. My findings is about these 10 Indian companies contributed nearly 51% of private contribution toward COVID relief fund during 2020. Major contributions are done by Tata Groups. All 10 companies tried their best to contribute towards healthcare system by providing necessary equipments and other facilities. Airtel and other telecom sector contributed towards providing education reach to all areas, also tried their best in spreading awareness. Infosys, Reliance and other companies concentrated on eradication of hunger and poverty. In order to encourage CSR during COVID-19, Government of India amended CSR Act by all the expenditure incurred on CSR activities related to COVID-19 expenditure added to the permissible avenue for the CSR expenditure. By this, I conclude that the entire population of the country is going through an unexpected time with rapid spread of COVID-19. At this time, number one priority is always safety of people's lives and good health. Effective CSR gives corporate the power to stand out in today's market and connect with the customer to retain loyalty. This pandemic gave them a chance to connect and create market visibility to themselves. Companies believe that by showing customers that they stand for something, they establish that their business exists for reasons that are bigger than making profit. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more presentation by Kshitija Patil, Praveen D, and Harshita B. Pujari. You can start with your presentation and please share the PPT.
Okay, am I audible to all of you?
Yeah, you are audible. Kindly concentrate on your main findings of your paper.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Okay.
So if in case I'm not able to share my PPT, I'll just go on with the concept so that you'll be able to hear what exactly my concept is all about. Will that be okay?
Okay, okay.
Yes. So good afternoon to all present here. Good afternoon to the chairperson. So my topic is ethics and deceptive advertising. So it was a study related to students, mostly the postgraduate students in Mangalore city. So deceptive advertising, as we all know, it's about false advertising or misleading advertising. So the objective of our study was mainly to identify the unethical practices in advertising, to analyze the perception and understanding of students regarding unethical practice in advertising, and to know about the influence of advertising on customers. Now, basically here by customers, we mean it is students. So we wanted to know, since they are actually studying about this particular subject of business ethics and CSR, we wanted to know to what extent they have an understanding regarding this concept, and how are they able to identify whether unethical practices do occur or not. So basically, our findings were what we found out was majority of them did face deceptive advertising. They felt that there was certain amount of false advertising that were taking place. And they also felt that the main aspect where the deception was happening was with respect to quality of the product, or maybe with respect to misleading advertisements, where they felt like one product was shown and ultimately they were getting another product and so on. So what they felt was sometimes because of these advertisements, they were able to identify certain amount of advertisements to be deceptive or false. Sometimes the advertisements were put out in such a way that it was difficult for them to find out on an initial basis whether they were deceptive or not. So mostly they found that in case of personal products, the deception was quite high. And majority of the respondents are of the opinion. This is after finding out what their problems that they have faced while looking at the advertisement, and also regarding the deception and all those stuffs. They said that it's important that organizations do follow ethics, and they can gain customer trust through ethical advertisement. So what suggestion we would like to give from our study is that advertisement is mostly about presenting your product in a best possible way. So if the companies can present their products in a best possible way and by using ethical means, I think they'll be able to gain the customers' trust, and in that way they'll be able to retain their customers for a very, very long duration of time. So it's important that they give all relevant information. So, and it also happens to be the role of the customers to be aware of any such misleading activities and also raise their voice against it. So if we are taking a recent case of Fair and Lovely, there was a voice raised, and because of that they had to change the name from Fair and Lovely to Glow and Lovely. So that's also in a way where they were deceiving the customers. So like that, if customers also are more aware and they start raising voices, I think deceptive advertisements can be reduced to a very, very greater extent. So this is what I would want to conclude my study with. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Participants, do you have any questions? Moderator, I think we can conclude.
We have come to an end of paper presentation. I request moderator of the session, Mrs. Rashmita Kotyan, to propose vote of thanks.
Shall I give my remarks?
Yeah.
First of all, I thank all the paper presenters for their nice presentation. You have really done well in presenting the papers in a very effective manner by taking into consideration the main theme and sub-theme of the conference. All have analyzed the topic in a very meaningful manner. There were nearly 10 papers. Most of the papers were based on primary data. So dear paper presenters, don't stop your work here itself. You see that your paper is published in good journals. There are good number of journals available for publishing your articles. Little more effort is needed to make your paper fit for publication. I hope you will certainly do it. I thank Professor Vedav and his team organizing committee for having given me the chance to chair the paper presentation session. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is indeed a proud privilege for me to propose a hearty vote of thanks on behalf of the Department of Commerce, Mangalore University. Firstly, I express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Gunagar, sir, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Pompai College, Aikala, for devoting his valuable time despite of his busy schedule. Thank you, sir. I express my heartfelt thanks to the paper presenters of today's session. I also extend my sincere thanks to all the invitees who have been a part of this auspicious moment. My sincere thanks to the faculty members, research scholars, and non-teaching staff of the Department of Commerce, Mangalore University. Last but not the least, I thank all the student volunteers who have toiled hard to make this session a flawless. Once again, I thank each and everyone for supporting and being part of this session. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Dear participants, we are going to begin with the valedictory in few minutes. I request all of you to kindly be with us. Thank you.
Thank you. ಸರ್ ಎಂಚುಂಡು ಉಪ್ಪು ಉಪ್ಪು ಅದು ಸಮಯ ಸಮಾಂಡ ಎಂಕ್ ಪಂದಾಗ ಎಂಕ್ ಬೋಡಿಗೆ ಅಂಡು ಮೂಜಿ ಗಂಟೆ ಬಂದಿನಿ.
A warm welcome to each one of you to this valedictory program, to this Online National Workshop-cum-Three-day Conference Series 2021 on Corporate Governance and Financial Management. A warm welcome once again to the portals of Mangalore University, and here we are moving on to this valedictory session. We are so glad and happy to have the chief guest of this valedictory program, our respectable registrar of Mangalore University, Professor Kishore Kumar C.K. Sir, on behalf of all the people here in the Department of Commerce, Mangalore University, as well as the participants of this program, we give you a warmest welcome, a respectful accord. A warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
It is such a pleasure to have you here, sir. And thank you for the cooperation that you always give us. It is a pleasure for us to see that you are a part of our program, and your constant support is something that keeps us going forever. Well, dear academicians, it is a satisfying Sunday for us. Yes, a Sunday, and that too a Sunday afternoon. But our thirst for knowledge and the desire to learn, to know more, has kept us glued to this program even in the nth hour. The Department of Studies and Commerce has been so very happy to host the Online National Workshop-cum-Three-day Conference Series 2021 on Corporate Governance and Financial Management. A respectful welcome we offer to our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Mangalore University, Professor P.S. Yadapadithaya, our motivator and a constant mentor. Once again, we give the respectful welcome to the chief guest of this valedictory program, Professor Kishore Kumar C.K. A warm welcome to all the university officials, syndicate members, members of the Academic Council, deans of all the faculty, and the Dean of Commerce, Professor Y. Muniraju, the advisor of this program. We have the other advisors of this Online National Conference-cum-Three-day Conference Series, Professor Ishwara P. and Dr. Puttanma. We have the chairman of the department, Dr. Vedava P., Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, and the organizing secretary of this mega event. A warm welcome to each one of you. A warm welcome to the convener, Dr. Parameshwara P., to the co-conveners, Mr. Abhinandan Kulal, Mr. Jayaprashant, Mr. Gururaj P. Warm welcome to all the faculty members of the Department of Commerce, Mangalore University. A warm welcome to the research scholars of the department, to the students of the department. We give the warmest welcome to the staffs of other departments. Well, dear participants and paper presenters, you are the core of this program. The real heartbeat is given to this program by you. A warm welcome to each one of you. Members of the press and media, a warm welcome to each one of you. When we started this event 7 days back, I had given a statement. Well, you friends, all of you have come here, and academicians have come here. And as you have come here as guests, on the 7th day, may you lead as friends. We don't want you all to leave us. We want that constant bond to be there forever. But yes, we wish to have more and more academic friends in you. Well, dear members, all the academicians, we have now the report on the event, because a report gives a glimpse of what has happened in this 7-day mega event. To give the report on this event, we have Mr. Vignesh and Bappanadu, Commerce Association President, student from the Department of Commerce. May I request Mr. Vignesh to kindly give us the brief report.
I, Vignesh and Bappanadu, Student President, Department of Commerce, Mangalore University, here before you to read out report. The Department of Studies in Commerce, Mangalore University, had organized an Online National Workshop-cum-Three days Conference Series 2021 on corporate governance and financial management from 6th of September 2021 to 12th of September 2021. The inauguration of Workshop-cum-Conference series was held on 6th of September 2021. The program began with the university anthem, followed by the introduction about the university and the department. Dr. Preeti Kirti D'Souza, the convener of the event, welcomed the dignitaries. Dr. Vedava P., Associate Professor and Chairman, Department of Studies in Commerce, Mangalore University, gave an introductory remark. Professor P.S. Edapadithaya, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Mangalore University, inaugurated the webinar series by his inaugurating address, where he pointed out that the nation first and character must. He also mentioned about the holistic development of human beings. Professor Y. Muniraju, Dean, Faculty of Commerce, addressed the gathering by highlighting IT plus IT is equal to IT, that is, Indian talents and information technology is India tomorrow. The inaugural program ended with the vote of thanks proposed by Dr. Ishwara P., Professor and BO's Chairman, Department of Commerce, Mangalore University. Soon after the inaugural, we had keynote address by Dr. Prakash Pinto, Professor and Dean, St. Joseph Engineering College, Wamanjur, Mangalore, on the topic Due Diligence in M&AS and Corporate Governance, followed by afternoon session by paper presentation. The chairperson was Dr. Joseph P.D., Assistant Professor, MBA TTM, Department of Business Administration, Mangalore University. On the day 2, we had a keynote address given by Dr. Kinnari Thakur, Professor and Head, Department of Commerce, University of Mumbai, India, on the topic Corporate Governance Landscape in G20 countries. Followed by afternoon session, the chairperson was Dr. Yatish Kumar, Associate Professor and Coordinator, Department of PG Studies in Commerce, University College, Mangalore. On the day 3, we had Sri Rangan Vardhan, CEO and co-founder of Billion Loans Financial Service, that is a digital financial service provider for MSME, Bangalore, on the topic of fintech. Followed by afternoon session, the chairperson was Dr. Lokesh, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Government First Grade College, Punjalkatte. On the day 4, we had the keynote address given by Sri Prashant Rao, Principal Officer, Nova Benefits and CEO of their broking entity, Bangalore, on the topic Insurance Tech. On the afternoon section, we had Dr. Chandrasekhar R., Assistant Professor, Department of Business Administration, Mangalore University. On the day 5, we had a keynote address by Dr. T. Mallikarjunappa, Professor and Head, Department of Commerce, and International Business School of Business Studies, Central University of Kerala, Kasaragod, on the topic of agency theory and corporate governance. In the afternoon session, we had Chairperson Dr. Abubakar Siddiqui, Associate Professor, University College, Mangalore, and Coordinator Berry Studies Chair, Mangalore University. On the day 6, we had keynote address by Professor B. Ramesh, Dean, School of Management and Commerce, ex-Dean of Goa Business School, Goa University, Mallareddy University, Hyderabad, Telangana State, on the topic corporate governance and financial reporting. In the afternoon session, we have Dr. Shekhar Naik, Assistant Professor and Coordinator, MBA TTM, Registrar Office, Mangalore University. On the day 7, we had Dr. Chandrasekhar R, Assistant Professor, Department of Business Administration, Mangalore University. And we had afternoon presentation by Dr. Shekhar Naik, Assistant Professor and Coordinator, MBA TTM, Mangalore University. On the last day, that is on 12th, we had a keynote by Dr. M. Preeti, Principal of Tamaya Tayaramal Lingaya Education Institution, College of Business Management, Saraswatipuram, Mysore, on the topic of corporate governance in nationalized bank in India. In the afternoon session, we had a paper presentation by Dr. S. Gunakar, Associate Professor, HOD of Commerce, Pompey College, Aikala, Mangalore. Followed by the validatory function by Dr. Kishore Kumar C.K., Registrar, Mangalore University, Mangala Gangotri. Now I request Ramya S. to introduce the guests.
Good afternoon, one and all. I, Ms. Ramya, Faculty, Department of Studies in Commerce, Mangalore University, take an immense pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory session. It's my privilege to introduce Registrar of Mangalore University, Dr. Kishore Kumar C.K. Sir. Sir has completed his master degree in MP.Ed and doctoral degree. Sir has a PG and UG teaching experience of 29 years and research experience of 28 years. Sir has undergone 3 research projects sponsored by UGC. Sir has published 19 national journals and 4 books and 9 articles. And also he has presented 23 international and 11 national papers in conferences and seminars. And also he has participated in many workshops, conferences and seminars. In addition to this, he has been awarded Best Teacher Award from Mangalore University. And also, he is a life member of National Association of Physical Education and Sports Science. And also, he is a member of Mangalore University Teachers Association and life member of DKCA. Sir is a convener of Mangalore University Campus Sports and Director of Physical Education. Sir has a research experience as a Junior Research Fellow in Bangalore University, Principal Investigator in Mangalore University and Coordinator of UGC Innovative Program in Mangalore University.
He is a member of various academic bodies and societies, and also Sir has many personal achievements in the field of sports after joining Department of Physical Education, Mangalore University. It's my privilege to welcome you, sir, to this validity session. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Ramya, for introducing our chief guest, Professor Kishore Kumar CK. Well, it is said the role of a genius is not to complicate the simple, but to simplify the complicated. Professor Kishore Kumar CK, our Honorable Registrar, is from the Department of Physical Education, and after he coming here as a registrar, Mangalore University seems to be more fit. Thank you once again. Well, before I request our Honorable Chief Guest to give his message for today, let me get the feedback from the participants. We have the participants here from nearly 7 days being with us constantly. And at present, 92 people are on board, which says that, yes, we are glued to this event. With so many people here with us and you hearing us from nearly 7 days, dear participants, it is now time for you to give us your valuable feedback. Well, we all need people who give us feedback, and that is how we will improve, says Bill Gates. We also follow suit and request anybody from the audience to kindly give us your feedback. One request before you start the feedback, please introduce yourself. May I have feedback from the participant? Anybody can speak. You have to just unmute. If you can put your video on, that would be also great. Anybody can speak. It's an open feedback. We keep the slot open for 2.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Myself, Tara Shetty from Besant Evening College.
Yes, madam.
First of all, I congratulate the team of Commerce Department, Mangalore University, for the successful completion of a 7-day Workshop-cum-Conference series. Respected guest of valedictory function, Dr. Kishore Kumar sir, and all the dignitaries of this session. I'd like to appreciate the team for their time management. So all the sessions, whether it is morning session or even in the evening session, the time management, it was well properly managed and well organized workshop. And I also thank the team of Mangalore University Commerce Department for giving the opportunity for the paper presentation. And even as I have observed in the this sessions, many presenters were there, and regarding resource persons who were selected here, they have given very well information regarding corporate governance. And the selected moderators, they have given the important guidelines for the paper presenters as well. And I would like to congratulate and appreciate the technical team of the Commerce Department, especially Abhinandan and team, for their well organized sessions. Thank you for the opportunity. It was well organized program, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Tara Shetty, for your words of encouragement and appreciation. We as a team, yes, definitely have enjoyed the ups and downs of this mega event. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Can I have anybody else giving their feedback, please?
Good evening, madam.
Yes, sir.
My name is Nikhil, guest faculty from the Department of Commerce and Management, Field Marshal K.M. Karyappa College, Madikeri. It's an immense pleasure to give a feedback on this particular day. Distinguished dignitaries such as Chief Pattern, advisors, organizing committee, that is organized secretary, conveners, co-conveners, and the various members who have directly and indirectly involved in the successful completion of the Workshop-cum-Conference. Indeed, it was the best platform to showcase our talent to almost all who are present there. It was everyday learning and take back message to home in order to enlighten and shine ourselves amidst the new topics, the hot, debatable and discussion topics. So therefore, I would like to congratulate the entire team for making this Workshop-cum-Conference the most successful one, and all the best. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sir Nikhil, for your words of encouragement. I'm very sure people like you help us to keep going, and thank you for those warm words. Yes, it has been a teamwork, and indeed a splendid teamwork. And as a team, we enjoy to work. So
thank you, ma'am. It was an honor to be a part of this 7 days Workshop-cum-Conference. It's really a pleasure for us, like young generations, to be part of this. And I convey my heartiest regards to all of them of Mangalore University. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We are having from Kolkata a message by Sudipta Mondal. Thank you so much for your appreciation. A voice cannot be heard is what they are saying, but the voice, the message that you have given, and for giving your feedback, we are ever grateful. Thank you so much. Thank you. And yes, you have given us some suggestions. We will definitely take these suggestions, because it is said, examine what is said and not who speaks. So for us, your words of encouragement as well as constructive feedback always keeps us going. Thank you so much. Anybody else, if you have to give your message or any feedback, you can please place it in the chat box. We will take it in the right spirit. Thank you so much. Well, we are having the chief guest for the day, Professor Kishore Kumar CK, Honorable Registrar, Mangalore University. Well, dear friends, it is said, kind words are short and easy to speak, but their echoes are truly endless. Our dear sir speaks little, but when he speaks, he gives his fullness to it. Sir, your very presence has given us a lot of encouragement to go ahead with activities. We now request you to kindly give the valedictory message.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. The audio is there. Video we cannot see, sir.
Pardon?
Audio is audible. Video is not on, sir. Video.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Can you see me now?
We cannot see you, sir.
Uh-huh. Hello?
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir, but we cannot see you.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Video is on.
Video, we cannot see you, sir. That's the reason. We cannot see you, sir.
Video is on now.
Okay, maybe it's a network issue, sir. So please go ahead, sir. Maybe when the network comes in, we can see you, but you are definitely audible, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
So, and very good afternoon to one and all. Dr. Vedava P, Chairman, Department of Commerce. Professor Muniraju, Dean, Faculty of Commerce. Professor Ishwar P and Professor Puttanna K, the advisors of the conference series. Conveners of this conference series, Dr. Parameshwar, Dr. Preeti Kirti D'Souza, and members of the staff and my dear participants. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the organizing secretary and chairman of the department, Dr. Vedava P and his team, for organizing this Online National Workshop-cum-3-day conference series 2021 on corporate governance and financial management successfully. So this conference has given me an opportunity to know more about commerce subject, more particularly about corporate governance and financial management in commerce. As I have understood, corporate governance or corporate management is the structure of rules, practices, and processes used to direct and manage a company or organization. In a corporate setup, the shareholders are the integral part of the company, as they are the ones who provide finance to the company. So shareholders are the ones who reach out the community members who can benefit from its goods and services. Reaching out to the members of the community encourages lines of communication that promote company transparency. Another increasingly important aspect of corporate governance is security. A data breach surely weakens public trust in the company, which can have a drastically negative effect on its stock price. Losing investor trust means losing access to capital that is necessary for corporate growth. Therefore, it is important to know the consequences of poor corporate governance. When good corporate governance is abandoned, a company runs the risk of collapse and shareholders stand to suffer substantially. The poor corporate governance is best explained with the example of Enron Corporation or our own Satyam Computers. So I don't want to explain all those things. So corporate governance and the finance management, as I know, go hand in hand like two faces of a coin. So good corporate governance and well-managed finances can take a company to greater heights, as we see in the business mixtures like the Tata, Birla, and companies like Infosys, Wipro, etc. Since I am from the field of physical education and sports. Let me take some examples from sports to how good corporate management has endured us to achieve good number of medals in the I recently concluded Olympics 2021, even in spite of COVID-19 pandemic. Now let us see how corporate governance and finance management is utilized in the field of sports. The corporate governance and finance management is still an unexplored area. What I feel is an unexplored area in the field of sports. So as all of you know that sports is a key element of an inclusive and thriving national community. It is a tool for achieving good results in areas such as education, health, leadership development, and fair play. And the sports has the ability to link heart, mind, and body to connect individuals and to inspire communities. So this sport serves as a symbol for respect, self-discipline, health, and deserved rewards as a result of outstanding athletic achievements. When there are corruption scandals in sporting events, it threatens this philosophy and thus shows why sports organizations require special rules for their governance. In many countries, professional sporting organizations are companies subject to company laws of their respective countries. The increasing levels of corporatization of sport and the complex issues surrounding ownership of sporting companies justify the governance in sports. Take for example the National Basketball Association, that is NBA of USA, or Manchester United, FC Barcelona football clubs are some of the examples of professionally managed sporting clubs situated outside India, which have implemented corporate governance in sports. When corporate governance is implemented, the sporting club or the board is treated as a corporate company with a corporate setup in place. In any corporate setup, the accountability for poor performance by a company rests on its management and the board of directors. Similarly, citizens and sports lovers as stakeholders should hold sports associations and sports administrators accountable for the poor sporting performances. So greater the governance standards of sports associations will enhance the trust of private sponsors, including companies, to allocate more funds to sports. It should be recognized that other aspects like sports infrastructure, sponsorships, higher public interest, frequent exposure to international competitions, professionalizing tournaments, better incentives to sports persons, better talent scouting, better nutrition, professional trainers and support staff, etc. So go towards creating world-class sports persons. So when sporting clubs or sporting organizations are treated as a business, there comes accountability. When one becomes accountable, responsibility, risk management, and engaging in good governance becomes mandatory. It is important to emphasize on good governance even at grassroots level to the continued success of any sporting club or organization. A team which is managed professionally tends to perform well. So we all know that. So the corporate management of sports is also implemented in individual sporting events also, not only in the team events. even in the individual events, it is implemented. The players team will consist of a manager, a coach, a physio, etc., who really manage the performance of the player. So therefore, there are immense opportunities for the application of corporate governance and finance management in sports like in any other business. So it has immense potential in generating huge employment in the future, even in the field of sports. So with this few words, I conclude wishing that more and more companies implement corporate governance and finance management in their administration. So once again, I take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Vedava and his team for a wonderful organization and the successful a national conference. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. We remain grateful. Well, as you said, we in the commerce field teach, preach, and practice management in offices and closed spaces. You do it in real in the sports ground. Well, whatever was your contribution to this valedictory address, we definitely remain grateful because gratitude is an open door to abundance. With you walking along with us, we definitely as a team can offer many programs like this in the ambit and the confidence of Mangalore University. Thank you so much, sir, for being the pillar, a real strength to us to see that we conduct this program and all other programs of the department. We remain grateful, we remain indebted. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, sir. Well, dear participants, feedback link shall be given to you very soon in the chat box. And after the vote of thanks, we also request you to be ready for a photograph session. We request each one of you to kindly on your videos after the vote of thanks, and we will have a photograph session. So now we are having this vote of thanks because always having an attitude of gratitude is the realest way to express thanks, says Sterling K. Brown. We are having Professor Ishwara P., Professor and BOS Chairman, Department of Commerce, Mangalore University, here with us to give the vote of thanks.
Honorable Vice Chancellor of our university, Professor P.S. Edapadi sir, respected Registrar, Professor Kishore Kumar sir, Dean Faculty of the Commerce, Organizing Secretary and Chairman, Conveners, Research Scholars, Participants, Paper Presenters, Resource Persons, and Media Friends, and dear students. A very good afternoon to you all. It gives me immense pleasure and I feel extremely happy to propose vote of thanks on this a memorable occasion in the Department of Commerce. The Department of Commerce, Mangalore University, Mangalore Konaje, has organized a 7 days national level workshop, 3 days national level conference series 2021 with the commemoration of 75th year of national independence on the topic entitled Corporate Governance and Financial Management, which is commenced from 5th of this month and we conclude today. During these 7 days, more than 150 research papers have been presented by national and international level researchers. And at the same time, more than 500 participants across the globe have been participated throughout these 7 days through online. And 15 eminent professionals and practitioners from different sectors have delivered their thoughts on mergers and acquisitions, corporate governance, fintech, insurance tech, financial reports, agency theory, and digital governance. The outcome of this conference gives a clear-cut message to the message of the role and relevance of the corporate governance and financial management to different sectors like insurance sector, banking sector, financial sector, aviation sector, etc. In the valedictory address, our Honorable Registrar, Professor Kishore Kumar sir, rightly pointed out that a good corporate governance, how it is useful the success of a company, and also he has also given some of the examples for the how the bad corporate governance. He has given the for example IL&FS, Dewan Housing Finance Corporation, Yes Bank, Kingfisher Airlines, all this collapsed because of poor corporate governance and poor financial management. And I think this conference and all the paper presenters, resource persons have given justice to this topic, and all of them have highlighted the importance of the corporate governance and financial management, not only in the corporate sector, but also in the government sector. At this moment, first of all, I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.S. Edapadithe sir, for your valuable suggestions, continuous moral support, encouragement, motivation to your mother department. And I express my heartfelt thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor on behalf of the Department of Commerce, all the participants, research scholars, students, and entire commerce fraternity. I thank you so much, sir. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to our Honorable Registrar, Professor C.K. Kishore Kumar sir, for your valuable, inspirational, and thoughtful words, and all kinds of support you extended to the Department of Commerce. And I thank you on behalf of all the participants, on behalf of the Department of Commerce, and on behalf of the Mangalore University. I thank you. I extend very heartfelt thanks. I would like to acknowledge our deep sense of gratitude to all the resource persons, technical session chairpersons, rapporteurs, paper presenters, participants, technical teams on behalf of the Mangalore University, Department of Commerce, and my own behalf. Our special thanks goes to Professor Mallikarjunappa, Professor, Central University, Kasaragod, for his continuous support throughout these 7 days. He was very much present during all the technical sessions, and he extended his support and encouragement. I thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And I also extend thanks Professor Manjunath, VTU Davanagere, Professor Puttanna, Professor Chandrasekhar sir, Professor Joseph, and Professor Shekhar Naik for your moral support and active participation throughout these 7 days. My heartfelt thanks goes to our faculties, Mr. Abhinandan, Mr. Gururaj, Mr. Jayaprashant, research scholar Naveen Kumar, for your technical support throughout these 7 days and active participation in this conference. Any program in the Department of Commerce cannot be complete, and we cannot imagine this kind of marathon program without active participation and support of our 300 plus students, 100 plus research scholars, and dedicated office staff. I express my sincere gratitude to them on behalf of the Mangalore University and behalf of the Department of Commerce and my own behalf. I would like to express a deep sense of gratitude to media friends for both print and digital for wide coverage of this program. Thank you so much. Once again, a deep sense of thanks and appreciation goes to all the participants, resource persons, technicians who have attended this workshop and encouraged with great enthusiasm and made this mega event a great success. And thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your words of gratitude. Well, dear friends, as stated just now, we now have the photograph session. The feedback link is also updated. The feedback link shall be remaining for a few moments again. But before that, may I please request you to kindly come together for a photograph. Please put your videos on so that we can all have a photograph being clicked. Please put on your video cams and give that ever radiant smile. Few more are not on. We'll wait for a minute, and now we have the photograph. Well, thank you, team. Thank you for the photograph, and thank you everyone for being there. Thank you so much. Well, dear friends, we have been fortunate to have you with us for this 7 days online national workshop come 3-day conference series. It was a very unique blend of putting the NEP into practice with multiple entries and multiple exits. It has been a unique effort from the Department of Commerce to celebrate 75 Bharat Atmanirbhar Mahotsav, and on behalf of everyone present here from the Commerce fraternity, we would like to say thanks to each one of you. We request you to kindly fill the feedback form which is being put there, and then I request each one of you to kindly rise for the national anthem, and by this way we will come to the closure of this 7-day mega event. Well, dear friends, dear academicians, we now have the national anthem. May I please request you to kindly rise for the national anthem. Well, there is a technical slack, but it's okay. We will just come together, put our voice together for the national anthem. Janagana mana adinayaka jaya he Bharat bhagya vidata Punjab Sindh
Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchala Daladi Taranga Tava Shubha Name Jage Tava Shubha Ashisha Mage Gahe Tava Jaya Gata Janagana Mangala Dayaka Jaya
Bharat bhagya vidata Jaya 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 Jaya
Jaya Jaya Jaya Jaya He.
Thank you so much for your cooperation. Thank you for being there with us. We request you to be there with us always in every endeavor of Mangalore University and Department of Commerce. It's me, Preeti, signing off on behalf of Mangalore University. We thank everybody for being a part here of this mega event, and special thanks to all the people even outside the state. We never differentiate. You are us, you are here with us, but we would like to say once again a special thanks to each one of you, particularly from the participants outside the state also. We remain grateful. See you soon with the next academic event. It is me, Preeti, saying thanks as well as signing off from the Department of Commerce, Mangalore University. Thank you. We shall meet once again. Have a great day. Participants, the feedback link is there. We request each one of you to kindly fill the feedback form. And once you fill the feedback form, you can exit from the meeting. Thank you so much. Have a pleasant evening.